Morning, Les. So we're Heather, we're Carson, we're live.
We are live.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Lloyd Larson. I co-chair the Select Committee on Tribal Relations along with Senator Raffy Ellis, who is with us. And behalf of the chairman and the committee members, we'd like to welcome everybody this morning for day 2 of our Joint Tribal Relations Committee meeting. So we'll go ahead, I think, and start by having roll call. Heather, if you would do that, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the committee roll call. Senator Anselmi Dalton.
Here.
Senator Case.
Present.
Representative Blackburn.
Here.
Representative Clifford.
Here.
Co-chairwoman Ellis.
Present.
And co-chairman Larson.
I'm here. We'd like to welcome the council members of the Eastern Shoshone Tribe and Northern Arapaho Tribe. I think I see Councilman Fasthorse with us so far this morning. Would also think that we'll have others joining us as we go on. Would also like to extend a welcome to Superintendent Shakespeare from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. I'd like to recognize Lee Tindor, the Governor's Liaison for the Eastern Shoshone Tribe, and others who are here with us today as well. We've got a pretty significant discussion on some issues today. You'll note, the intent is for this meeting to adjourn at 4 o'clock. So I think it's going to, for all who will be making comments today, I think we're going to have to be wise in those, and if you are following up, and we would encourage you to resist saying something that the previous people have already said. So, I think our first order of business this morning, Senator Chairman Ellis, is the law enforcement and limit additional jurisdiction for reservation law enforcement to enforce the motor vehicle code on the reservation. And this goes back, we've talked about this, committee members, a number of times. There was a bill in 2013, House Bill 27, that come out of this committee and failed during the legislative session. We feel that it's worthy of having a discussion again, and then to try and take the get some feel from our tribal councils regarding this, and determine if this is something that this committee should try to move forward with on a legislative effort again. So Senator Ellis, so we'll turn the time over to you to kind of bring us up to speed, and then may defer to Senator Case as well, who was a chairman of this committee back in 2013 when we brought this. So if you would lead us into this discussion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I just want to give some context of why this issue kind of keeps bouncing around, and my involvement in it over the years. Back in 2010, Congress passed something called the Tribal Law Enforcement Act. And the focus of the act is really to try and make a dent in the high rates of crime on Indian reservations across the country. And one of the things that the act required was for the creation of a national commission to study crime in Indian country and develop a series of recommendations on how to make Native America safer and more just. And in doing that work, I was fortunate enough to be selected as one of the members of the commission. It was a bipartisan group. And there were some very consistent themes that we saw in working on law enforcement. First, we saw that it works best when it's done at the local level, and that tends to be a problem when it comes to matters in Indian country because of the federal connection. Those lands are held in trust, and the federal government has certain trust obligations. But one thing that was missing that we saw in Wyoming in particular was the fact that other states have cross-deputization of their tribal, or in Wind River's case, they are a direct service tribe, so they don't 638 contract their tribal law enforcement services. Those are provided directly by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. But in other states, we saw cross-deputization, and it's a really efficient way for law enforcement in Indian country to help enforce state laws against non-Indians. And I know committee members and others involved in this discussion are very aware of the fact that jurisdiction in Indian country can be really complicated. You need to know the race of the offender, the race of the victim, where the crime occurred and the nature of the crime in order to determine who has jurisdiction. And so when it comes to enforcing our traffic code, unfortunately, the tribes lacked jurisdiction over non-Indians. And so in leading up to this bill draft in 2013, we heard, as a member of that commission, we traveled to Wind River, and we heard instances where non-Indians were driving, for example, through a school zone going 80 miles an hour, only to be pulled over by the Bureau of Indian Affairs office. And if the offender was non-Indian, telling the person to slow down. The other alternative would be for that officer to detain the driver and wait for the county sheriff's office to come. And for those of you living in Fremont County, you know it's a large area, and that just didn't seem like an efficient use of time. So the bill is pretty straightforward. It's got a lot of elements to it, and I'm happy to walk through them. But the intent is to allow for Wind River police officers to attend the state's law enforcement academy just for post certification to enforce the traffic code. And so kind of walking through the bill, I think one of the most important aspects of it is this doesn't expand jurisdiction at all. If the driver is non-Indian and they want to challenge their ticket, it goes to a state court. And when I say state, I'm talking about where it's more appropriate. You know, it's the blanket of Wyoming sovereignty. So if it's county court or dealing with your city prosecutors, those kind of things. But so I say state court broadly. But that's the important element of this is it isn't these drivers having to go to tribal court if they want to challenge their citation. That will all be done in state court. And so a lot of the legislation calls for agreements between Wind River Police, the Wind River Police Department to work cooperatively with your Fremont County law enforcement. And then there are some provisions in this bill that make clear who is responsible for certain costs. Those can be worked out through agreements, making clear the status of where the limits of the authority lies so that it's not an expansion. I think one of the things I unfortunately heard when this bill was debated in 2013, or rather more whispered about in the back halls of the Capitol, was you're going to have BIA officers issuing citations all over the state of Wyoming, and that's just not true. So I'd hope that we'd remain true to what the act really says. So that's the motivation of the bill. And I do want to make sure that we understand what the situation is on Wind River now. I certainly hope that we're not seeing as many egregious traffic violations, such as people going through school zones going 80 miles an hour. So I do want to hear what's happening on the ground, and then happy to answer any questions as we move forward with this discussion.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chairman. If I may, I'd like to just have a little further clarification on a comment that you made, that if they detained the violator, then they would call the sheriff's office. Is there, can you help me understand the involvement of the highway patrol? Would they also be a resource that they would call, or is it, help me understand that coordination?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it depends on where the violation occurs. If it's a area that's patrolled by highway patrol, it would make sense to call highway patrol. But these are all good questions. I don't know the answer to that specifically, but it is, they'd have to call whoever has the appropriate jurisdiction and wait for that officer to show up. And from my recollection of this discussion back in the early 2000s, those instances were reserved for pretty egregious violations. Obviously, you don't want to call for backup when someone's only been going over the speed limit 10 miles an hour. But if there are more serious violations, driving under the influence, then I believe that that's how it works. But I'm sure that law enforcement that's on this Zoom call today can help provide clarification about how it's working today.
Thank you. Senator Case, you had a hand up.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's very practical, actually. Both Highway Patrol and the sheriff's deputies will come when summoned. But you got to realize it's such a vast area. It goes by who might be closer to take the call. I think you remember from last year, we learned that Highway Patrol has worked very hard to get their deputies cross-deputized or they don't call them deputies, of course, but they're troopers cross deputized. And so they have pretty full jurisdiction on the reservation as well.
Thank you. So I think for all of those who are participating this morning, if you have a comment, I can see it if you raise your hand, but I'm going to kind of go down through the list. I think we've got, do we have Mr. Larvey here? Did he?
Yes, I'm here this morning. Good morning, everybody.
Tony?
A couple of quick comments, and then I would be. Go ahead, Mr. Larson.
Yeah, so Tony, if you wouldn't mind, if you kind of give us an update on just how traffic violations, as Chairman Ellis pointed to, and then just give us your thoughts on the practicality of the proposed legislation, and any need of it, in your opinion.
You know, I think there's a need for, I guess the way I would put it is I'm certainly in support of anything to help us provide a more well-rounded law enforcement coverage on the reservation. In regards to the other agencies that also provide law enforcement services on the reservation, being the Highway Patrol, I think we all work together as well as possible, and everybody responds the best they can. As far as practicality goes, the police department here on the reservation, we're a 24-hour service. One of the areas where there's a delayed response is in the wee hours of the morning. We typically, Highway Patrol is usually our first outside agency we would contact, say if we have a non-tribal member DUI. However, they don't work 24 hours a day here, so they would be on an on-call basis in their off hours. I don't know their hours. I think it's just in the early morning hours, there's a little gap in coverage. Fremont County has been very willing to respond. We haven't had any recent problems with a response out of either of those agencies, but I do believe it would be more efficient, and in the modern times, I think it would be more appropriate for us to have full law enforcement authority in our area, at least in regards to traffic enforcement, DUI enforcement, things of that nature. I do believe if there's a major type incident or a violent crime involving non-tribal members, then Fremont County would be the appropriate agency to handle those type of incidents. I don't believe we're looking to step into that area. But in regards to traffic offenses with our major highways, being Highway 287, Highway 789, and Highway 26 running through the reservation, we just have a significant amount of non-tribal member traffic on those roadways. And I think with what the legislation is proposing, we could do a better job enforcing the traffic laws.
Thanks, Tony, and appreciate that. I think once again, is to the members of the committee, we just want to reiterate, and we'll probably say this multiple times today, this is dealing with motor vehicle laws, and won't be dealing with property or other crimes that they'd have jurisdiction. So let's maybe, in the committee, if you have questions, just raise your hand and we'll certainly call on you. Colonel, or Representative Blackburn, and then Representative Clifford, I've got you in the hole there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We lost you, Jim. Unmute.
About now.
Yep, you're good.
I think this question would be for the chief. I was just wondering, is he elected into that position? Is he appointed by the Department of Interior? That would be my question.
Tony, can you kind of give us the line of authority and accountability?
I guess to answer the question, no, it's not an elected position and not necessarily appointed either. It's a competitive hire position. So I guess my background is I started as a police officer and worked my way up through the ranks, and I ended up being hired as the chief of police. And as far as line of authority, I'm directly supervised from our District 5 office, which is located in Billings, Montana.
Okay, thank you. Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a question. Chief Larvey, and maybe you might not know this, but we have enough people on here and maybe they can help. But what I would like is I need the data. What's the statistics of non-tribal people being stopped for DUIs? What's that data out there? Do you know?
Chief Larvey.
You know, I can try to pull that information out of our system. Might take a little time. I don't have it right at hand. So yeah, I can pull those numbers together for you. I apologize if the communication is a little bad. My connection is kind of poor, so bear with me.
You're fine, Chief Larvey. If you wouldn't mind, if you can gather up any of that. I don't know that this discussion will end at the end of the day today. It would be helpful, maybe submit that to LSO or to me, and we'll get it out to the. Any other questions? Representative Clifford.
So my follow-up would be, back in 2013, did this committee get the statistics or data?
Representative Case or Senator Case, would you have a feel for the statistical information you guys dealt with back in 2013?
Mr. Chairman, I don't off the top of my head. You know, they were anecdotal situations, and I don't think that that's really a driver. Mr. Chairman, I just lay back. I don't know statistics. To me, it's more of a commonsensical thing. Probably half the cars on 287 are non-native people going back and forth. And they commit traffic violations. There's lots of law enforcement, but there's not enough law enforcement. And this is an opportunity to just sort of close a gap. It's more commonsensical. I don't think it's really driven by a big crime wave, but certainly things happen.
Thank you. Okay, Director Reiner, welcome this morning. We see we got you and Colonel Haller here. Is there any comments? I was going to call on Colonel Haller here to kind of give perspective on the law enforcement side as the agency director. Do you have any comments before we put him in the corner?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly, we appreciate being part of this conversation. I'll listen in and we'll support what Colonel Haller says. So I prefer to pass the baton to him. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thanks for being here, by the way, again. Appreciate it. Colonel Haller, can we kind of, can you kind of give us a feel of how patrolling the state highways on the reservation work, and any gaps in that ability, and if this helps or doesn't help you accomplish your mission in highway safety, or does it hinder it? Tell us your thoughts.
Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's good to be here with you this morning. So a couple of things. First, before I forget, I would be happy to look at our statistics as well for members of non-enrolled violators over the past years, and get that to the committee. So in Division I, which is our Lander Division troopers, we have everybody but one trooper that is Special Law Enforcement Commissioned certification. So the individual that is not, that trooper is new, and he will be undergoing that certification training next month in October. I know BIA has worked very hard on getting that online. With that, Chief Larvey talked a little bit about a gap in service. We simply do not have the force to be 24/7 statewide. That is something that that at times it is believed that that there are troopers out 24/7. At times there are, but standard operating procedure is we are not. Having said that, typically around 1 a.m. to about 5 or 6 a.m., we oftentimes do not have troopers actively out. Now, if there is a crash, and this is including on the reservation, certainly a fatality, and assistance is requested, we do call out and respond appropriately statewide. So, you know, whenever we are requested, we do respond. I'm not aware of any times during those after midnight hours that a request has been made. Perhaps, as the chief indicated, it is just common knowledge what hours the troopers are working, and because we do work closely with boots on the ground, I have to believe that that's the case. With that, just to revisit quickly, whenever we talk about responding for assistance. In the case of responding to a BIA officer, it would be specific to a non-enrolled member. So certainly BIA officers have the authority to stop that violator on a state highway. And as I'm sure the community is aware, whenever it's identified that it's a non-enrolled member, then at that point in time, they do not have the authority to issue a citation. So that's when a trooper would be requested, or Fremont County Sheriff's Office deputy would be requested. You know, certainly with this draft bill, I look at it as being a force multiplier. No one can argue that more officers out there is a bad thing, and visibility and just having the presence is always a positive for a safety perspective. So whenever the committee began visiting about this last year, I began to follow up, and I spoke with the post director, and you'll be hearing from him on the certification, and of course followed up with Chief Larvey, followed up with local Fremont County prosecutor, as well as Fremont County Sheriff's Office. And I know you'll be hearing from all those folks, but one consistent theme that I begin to hear from locals was concerns about local control. And so I will let them address that. At that point in time, Mr. Chairman, I did believe, and I think rightfully so, that this is a legislative issue for the committee to address all of those concerns and issues.
Thank you, Colonel Howler. Committee, any questions to Colonel Howler? Chairman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to refresh my memory. I was looking for the court case, but my understanding was that there was a period of time where Wind River police officers were exercising this practice. They essentially wore two hats, depending on who they pulled over. Either they issued a tribal citation if they were a tribal member, or a state citation if they were non-Indian. But then someone challenged that practice in a district court, and I can't quite find the opinion, but the court essentially said that that was not permitted because they were not, these officers were not recognized as state peace officers. So I don't know if that predates your time, but if you have any sense of the timeline of or history, but in Wyoming, this used to occur. Is that, do you have any knowledge about that?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Co-Chair, I do not. That certainly predates me, and in fact, I don't ever recall hearing anything related to that.
Okay, I'm going to keep looking for that case.
Any other questions, committee members? So, Colonel Haller, I do have one question. The burden of highway safety really falls on your shoulders through the reservation, jurisdiction wise, and you indicated that this is a force multiplier. Share with us any concerns you have.
Mr. Chairman, from an enforcement perspective, with the certification that is in place, through the Peace Officer Standards and Training, and providing these not only the certification but also the authority to enforce state traffic laws, I don't have any concerns. Beyond that, what I would say is that we have to ensure that we are proceeding through with full prosecution. In other words, the expectation, at least of my troopers, that whenever we issue a citation, that case is not over. It has to be pursued completely through successful prosecution. That means working closely with the prosecuting attorney's office of that respective jurisdiction, providing them all of the information. And so in other words, the work isn't done roadside. The case isn't complete. That event is not complete. There has to be the follow-up requirements.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions for Colonel Haller? Sheriff Lee, good morning to you.
Good morning.
We appreciate you being here. If you could help us understand some of the MOUs that you currently have with Chief Larvie and your opinion of this legislation. You've been in the, you spend a lot of time on these issues, and so concerns that you have, we appreciate your thoughts.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning to the committee. As some background, the BIA Police Department and the Fremont County Sheriff's Office have had a great working relationship over a number of years here in Fremont County. We work very well together. We support each other and assist with public safety issues throughout the county on and off the reservation on a daily basis here. Chief Larvie and I have had the opportunity to work together over the past 20 years when he started his career in law enforcement here in Fremont County, as well as myself about the same time. So we go back a ways, and we've had recent discussions. Well, I shouldn't say so recent, but we've throughout this last year been in multiple discussions. We're currently working through a MOU process pursuant to statute 72106, which gives my deputies an umbrella, a further umbrella of protection and indemnification, if you will, when we respond to assist their officers at their request to incidents occurring on the reservation. I've also talked with Chief Larvie about offering a special deputization status to his officers, which would allow them to enforce traffic statutes on the Wind River Indian Reservation for non-natives and give them the authority to issue traffic citations in the county court without any additional training, or it's my belief without any additional training or post requirements to get that accomplished. With respect to the prior bill in 2013 and the current consideration before the committee this morning, I would agree with Colonel Haller that this is a great force multiplier. However, I'd like to point out two concerns and bring those to the attention of the committee. One being the local control over federal police. I don't believe that exists currently with the Wind River Police Department. As Chief Larvie indicated, he is hired, his boss is out of state. There's no local control over that agency, if you will, meaning that there's no mayor, there's not a city council, there's not an elected sheriff who oversees that particular police force in the community. I'd also like to bring the fact to light that there is an issue with transparency through communication to the public, especially to the local press, when we're talking about releasing information to the media about the incidents that occur within the area. And those are obviously issues or bureaucratic policies that are outside the control of Chief Larvie at the federal level that prevent him from talking to local media about incidents that occur. I think transparency to the public, especially in today's climate here in the United States, is extremely important. And that can only be accomplished, in my mind, through talking with the local media. With that being said, Chief Larvie is a great leader. He and his agency or his employees are highly trained professionals and do an outstanding job as law enforcement professionals here in Fremont County, both on and off the reservation, assisting us at different times. I would indicate again that this special deputization that I spoke of gives local control through the sheriff's office as an elected official. And those officers would be vetted. Chief Larvie and I have talked about this, would be vetted through him and then forwarded to me. And those officers primarily would be those who have been here for a lengthy period of time, understand the community, and he would feel comfortable, and I would feel comfortable with the deputization, a special deputization to enforce traffic regulations on the reservation with respect to non-natives. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning, and I gladly answer any questions.
Okay, committee, any questions? Representative Clifford, then Chairman Ellis, I see your hand.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Sheriff Lee, for being here. And I also want to thank Chief Larrabee for your service to our community and our people here. Thank both of you. Did you mention statute in your remarks, 17, or could you give the number that you cited? Thank you.
Representative, Mr. Chairman, the statute I cited for the special deputization is 18-3602.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I know that there's the special deputization statute you provided, but I believe it was Heather with our LSO. She helped me find the case. It's Collier versus State, and it was a case decided in 2009, and it addressed this specific issue and said that short of them being recognized as state police officers, that they were prohibited from having this ability. And I apologize, that's not my phone. Just hold on 1 second.
Thank you. It went away.
It's still going. It'll start again. My apologies. But I think that legislation's required. I do. And if I'm wrong, I'll continue to research this. But if not, if there are elements of this bill that give you heartburn, I think that those can be sorted through, because I agree with you that having some oversight is important. But I think the important thing to recognize and remember is at this point, it wouldn't be one of Chief Larrabee's, if this officer is cross-deputized, they wouldn't report to him necessarily. In that instance, you would be the face of that case. And so all of those communications and being transparent with the public would fall from you or through you. I think we could clarify that, make that clear. So if we're able to, tweak this legislation to address some of those concerns, would that help alleviate what you just provided as reasons that you have a little bit of heartburn over this?
Sheriff Lee.
Mr. Chairman, ma'am, yes, I mean, that's a possibility. However, I would indicate that, if it's carte blanche across the board, that all, officers are cross-deputized, federal officers and so forth, I don't have the ability to track that. And that's why I mentioned, or keep on top of that many officers through that transparency, if you will. But that's why I had mentioned that the officers through the special deputization that I had talked about would be vetted through the police chief of the Wind River Police Department. And so someone who is stationed here or is sent here from, let's say, Florida, and they're only going to spend a month or two here, would not obviously be deputized, but that would be the local controls, local span of control that I'm speaking about.
Thank you. Follow up, please.
Mr. Chairman, a follow up. I'm looking for it in the draft bill that was presented, but that was a concern, was what if you do have an officer who's abusing authority? How does that situation get resolved? And I think, if it's not in here now, that there's certainly mechanisms to tighten that up. And if it is providing more direct local control, I think one of the concerns we heard in 2013, 2012, actually, the year we worked on this bill, was making sure that officers had proper training to enforce Wyoming's traffic code. And between you and I thought it was a little overkill to have to go send these officers to Douglas to learn how to issue traffic citations. And so if that's one area where there can be a little bit more give and take, if you will, if you're vested with this authority, but maybe they don't have to go to Douglas for 6 weeks or something like that, I think that might be a really strong path forward. So, I just ask that you keep an open mind on this, and we can make some of those changes in the language to better address the needs of today. This was a reflection of work done in 2012, and there are different people at the table, and I certainly recognize that.
Thank you. Questions? So Sheriff Lee, well, and maybe this will go back to Colonel Howler first. Colonel Howler, how were you elected?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, how did you get appointed? How did you come to your position? Elected, appointed? How tell us, help us understand that.
Mr. Chairman, basically there was an application vetting process. Ultimately, the director of YDOT, with the approval of the governor, is my understanding the way that this position is through the appointment process.
Similar to that of Chief Larvey, other than his is on a federal level.
Yes, sir. All here within the state of Wyoming.
Yeah, yeah. So then I come back to you, Sheriff Lee, when we talk about local control and your concern about not having them be accountable to somebody locally. How do you do that with your interface in the highway patrol?
I'm sorry, I was muted. Can you repeat the question, Mr. Chairman?
Well, what I heard you say in a question is that there's no local control for the BIA police. They don't report to a mayor, or they're not elected. And so I was just trying to establish with Colonel Haller, he isn't either. And so none of the highway patrol stationed in Fremont County have a local accountability. So how do you deal with that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, they have the local control through the state of Wyoming, and ultimately through the governor's office through election.
So similarly, there are controls in place, but your point was local control.
Mr. Chairman, yes, local control extending into, I guess, the state of Wyoming, if you will. It's my understanding that Chief Larvey's bosses are even outside of the state of Wyoming, and perhaps even as far away as 2,000 miles in Washington, D.C. So that is where my statement is to you from local control.
Okay, appreciate that. And then help me a little. And Chief Larvey, I need to have you kind of maybe I'll refer to you first, because I need to get a little better understanding of this transparency concern, Sheriff Lee, that you talked about, and the ability to release information of situations. And again, we're talking about motor vehicle law. What restrictions do you have, Chief Larvey, on you that would prohibit you from having communications with local media regarding motor vehicle law or accidents?
I had a tough time hearing your question. I'll go ahead and try to answer it. And if I'm not answering the right question, be sure to let me know. In regards to accountability, I would like to reassure everybody that the BIA has a very high level of accountability. Although my supervisors are in Billings, they have direct access to me, and really the mileage has very little to do with whether I'm held accountable or not. In regards to my staff, we have a very high level of accountability with our staff, and very, I would like to say, anytime concerns are brought to me or issues are brought to me, there are mechanisms in place to address those issues, and maybe even more so than most law enforcement agencies.
So then my follow-up question was that Sheriff Lee indicated that you have some restrictions placed on you that would impede your ability to address vehicle issues or cite law with local media. Can you help us understand how what those restrictions are. How they-
Yeah, yes, we have a media policy that we have to go by, and all of our media related issues have to be routed through the through our media specialist. That doesn't mean that we're not transparent. It just doesn't. It means that oftentimes the information is delayed in getting to the media. And then in regards to the request for information, we fall under FOIA request as well, the FOIA rules. So anytime there's information, data, and that's the thing that needs to be released, it just has to go through the FOIA process. So I don't technically have the ability to, you know, whenever an incident happens, I can't stand up in front of the media and provide the information without going through our media process.
Thank you. And then, so then Sheriff Lee, is that the concern you have when you talk about the release of information that he can't personally? Maybe you can give me a little more insight.
Mr. Chairman, you're very broken there. It's hard to understand your question. I'll try to answer it to the best of my ability, but yes, obviously the Wind River Police Department is a very transparent agency. They're very professional, and that's not what I meant. What I was getting at is the transparency through communication to the public, and that going through the media. And there are certain restrictions, obviously, as Chief Larby has pointed out, that he has restrictions in place, that he cannot speak directly with the media about incidents that occur within his jurisdiction. And to me, that is concerning, and it goes back to some of the local control. I don't know where this media representative resides or where they're stationed out of, but I routinely deal with the press on a daily basis. That's part of my job, and being transparent to the public. And I know that they talk with me on a constant basis how they are unable to get information from the Wind River Police Department regarding incidents that occur within their jurisdiction. And it has been brought to my attention multiple times over the last decade.
So one follow-up question, Representative Clifford, I see, and I'll get there. If I could just ask this one question. You talked about the one guy, so a guy comes in from Florida on the federal side, and now all of a sudden he is issuing motor vehicle citations. But in the bill that, and this kind of goes back to Chairman Ellis's comments, but if they have to be post-certified before they can do that, if he comes in from Florida, he wouldn't be able to. Is that not correct? Until he's post-certified?
Mr. Chairman, you could have a post-certification out of another state that could be authenticated in the state of Wyoming pursuant to the law that was passed.
So the bill, the 2013 bill, and you'll have to help me there because I don't know that. So if they're certified similarly in Florida, is that just accepted then as they come to Wyoming? Is that how that works?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think they'd have to challenge the test, the post-test at the Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy. And that would take a period of time. Yes, you are correct.
And so then again, he wouldn't be able to just drive into town and start issuing citations. He'd have to make sure that his knowledge and understanding of Wyoming motor vehicle laws is sufficient by virtue of passing the post-test.
Mr. Chairman, I would agree with you, yes.
Senator, I think, was it Senator or Representative Clifford, I think, was it you that had the hand up? Thank you. And then Senator Case, I got you.
Thank you, Chairman. Just in response, born and raised all my life on the Wind River Indian Reservation, and having some experience with the BIA, Fremont County, just being a county resident of the reservation, resident of the county, resident of the state, and the complex jurisdictional issues. And I really am humbly and respectfully having an open mind. Again, this predates me. I could see the concerns and I can see the intent of this bill. But my concern is with Sheriff Lee, and I understand your concern on the transparency part with the Freedom of Information Act that Chief Larby had mentioned. And as a resident here, being in situations personally with crime and just being a layperson before I became a legislator, and not being able, in Chief Larby, you know, I know this is not your fault. It's layered. There's a lot of red tape with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. But I've been mad and upset a lot of time because we've lacked transparency. We've lacked it. We have the MMIP law, transparency, where major crime happens here. And we want to know answers. We want to know what happens. And from what I've seen and heard, you know, you talk about your layers, it's going through your media specialist, and we don't get that for a long time. And a lot of us people, or a lot of the people here on the reservation are just left out of the loop. We don't know. So I understand where Sheriff Lee is coming as far as that transparency piece and his concern for that. And with all due respect, Chief Larby, I respect what you do, and you have a tough job, like I say. And again, the other concern is that local control piece. I've seen and I've experienced phone calls and some frustrations with my conversations with our elected leaders, and it's good to see a lot of them on this Zoom call here at this meeting. But you know, the local control piece, and with this pandemic, for instance, a lot of stuff had to happen. And there was frustration on the part of elected officials with the red tape, with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, to try to get past and mitigate this pandemic that we were through. And so I see that concern also that you bring up, Sheriff, on the local control of our federal police here, the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And again, I'm trying to have an open mind, but I have a lot of questions. I'm going to have a lot of questions. And I'm going to push back on the commonsensical. This is commonsensical. I want data, okay? And I understand the comment about, you know, needing more law enforcement and trying to protect the well-being and safety of everybody here in our county. I get that. But at the same time, I've heard from a lot of constituents about this bill, and I want to look the other way. They have concerns about usurping the sovereignty of two distinct political sovereign nations, the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho. So again, trying to have an open mind, but I want data, I want statistics. I'm understanding, I see the problem, and what are we trying to solve with this legislation? And so I'm going to push back. I need more than just common sense. I need more than just anecdotal situations. That's what I need. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Case, please. Mute if you can. There. Try again. I got you.
Sorry, I had a great speech. Didn't you hear that? I don't know if I could do it again. I'm so sorry. 91712 in the bill is qualifications for tribal law enforcement officer to enforce state traffic laws on the Wind River Indian Reservation. And it says the commission shall provide in its rules for training and certification of tribal law enforcement officers as defined by WS 72109 to enforce state traffic laws as provided under WS 72109. The training requirements shall allow for certification of tribal law enforcement officers with training which is comparable to basic peace officer training requirements for peace officers appointed on a permanent basis. The commission shall also establish grounds for denial and revocation of a certification, which denial or revocation of a certification shall not be subject to administrative review. So, Mr. Chairman, this bill makes it clear that the commission gets to establish who gets certified it can decide whether it wants to recognize certification from other states or not, or make sure that these officers do indeed in person go to post certification in Wyoming. It's totally within their power, but it's up to the commission to make that establishment. And that seems like a very appropriate place to me. It doesn't automatically let people from Florida come in or, anything like that. So, I just point that out and like to get people's take on it. With my good colleague, Representative Clifford, I guess if tribal members and tribal government officials don't want this bill, we've been carrying it for years because you did want it. So if you don't want it, fine, let's not waste our time on it. I'd like to hear from other tribal officials about it.
Representative Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Sheriff Lee, I was wondering, under 183602, where it talks about with the permission of the county commissioners, the authority of the county commissioners, you could deputize. Wouldn't it be easier to do that and deputize the law enforcement on the reservation without this bill? I'm just thinking what might be the easiest way. If it's easier for you to deputize these and these gentlemen, then why aren't you doing it?
Sheriff Lee, response, please.
Mr. Chairman, we have not done that in the past, and I'm not aware if it's been done in decades before I took office or not. I can tell you within the last 12 to 14 years, that's something that's not been accomplished. It's something that I've always thought about. I believe, and I've spoken with our county prosecuting civil attorney about this. She's researched it. We believe that it's a simple process. It has nothing to do with the county commission. There's a couple different statutes in there, and you may be looking at the wrong one, but the statute that I'm talking about gives the sheriff, the elected sheriff of any county in the state of Wyoming, the authority to give special deputizations with limited power, or whatever power the sheriff chooses to give that special deputy. In this case, it would be to enforce traffic laws on the reservation with non-Indian. And I would say, regardless if this bill moves forward or not, like I said, I've been in communication with Chief Larby, and I am looking at ways that we can accomplish that and get that done regardless of how this legislation moves forward.
Thank you. Follow-up questions, anyone? Chairman Ellis, please.
Thank you. I think Senator Case brings up an excellent point. I think it'd be good to hear from members that are participating, because this was an issue flagged when I first started working on it, and I know that there are anecdotal stories, but to me, losing one child in a school zone, if someone's speeding inappropriately, that was all I needed to hear, because I just think that that's unacceptable and not okay for them to say, well, slow down, keep going, and then tomorrow finding that they're doing that again. So that, to me, that's the one story that stuck out the most, and I continue to think about to this day. And just to build on what Senator Case mentioned, the certification piece of it, there was a lot of authority vested with the Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission. And the heavy hammer of abuse of authority is that the revocation of their certification could be revoked without any additional administrative review. So if you do have an officer who has abused this authority or isn't conducting their affairs properly, that's a pretty heavy hammer, is you're out. And so I just wanted to point that out, and then just kind of to step back again to remember this is about trying to find an efficiency to encourage people to comply with our traffic laws. And it's important that if an arrest needs to be made, this is all under the state of Wyoming. Page 5 talks about how those individuals are to be promptly delivered to the appropriate county detention center. And from there, it's really handing off the case to the sheriff's department. And so Sheriff Lee at that point can start managing the case as he would with any other case that's under his jurisdiction. He can visit with the media, receive information. I mean, it really, this isn't a, Chief Larby taking him into tribal custody And then all of a sudden it goes through a federal process of FOIA and what he can and can't say to the media. He's really just handing this off to the sheriff's office. And so really I just want to step back and say, like, remember, this isn't expansion of jurisdiction. This is trying to find an efficiency to make sure that we're covering the reservation properly. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add those points.
So I think what I'd like to do for those tribal leaders that are on the phone is I'd like to go on through the scheduled presentations that we have so that you can respond to the discussion in its totality, and we'll make some decisions from there. So I'd like to ask Chris Walsh, who's the Executive Director of the Wyoming Police Officers Training Commission, if he'd kind of his thoughts on the need for the post-certification for this type of, as proposed in this bill, and what any pros or cons to that. Chris, thanks for being here today.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I hope my audio is coming across fine for everybody.
It is.
You know, I've gone through the bill, and we do have a mechanism in place at Post to certify the BIA officer, similar to what we would do to an officer that came from out of state. And what it has to do is an equivalency of training. So anybody that meets our basic training requirements that's been certified in another state, or in this case through federally, and meets ongoing training requirements would be eligible for certification. They would have to take, all officers that are certified by Post have to be trained in Wyoming constitutional law and criminal procedure. And that just makes sense so that they're familiar with our laws. And then also take a challenge exam. So what we would be facing is a vetting of each individual officer's training record and their background. Very likely the FLETC programs are fantastic. They would just have to take the Wyoming criminal law procedure, and we're talking about 70 hours of training. Half of that is online, and 1 week of that is at the academy. And then a challenge exam that's general police knowledge and constitutional issues.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Walsh? And let me just say thanks, Chris. You really do a great job down there.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman.
Any questions for Mr. Walsh? Next, we've got the county attorney, the prosecuting attorney for Fremont County, Patrick LeBrun. Patrick, we really appreciate you being here. You've probably have some opinions and thought on this, and it would be very helpful for us. So please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for inviting me. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak that you've given me. What I wanted to do is just simply reiterate what was said earlier with regarding local control and the concerns about media information provided by the BIA. And in addition, as a practical consideration, I prosecuted in Fremont County, in every court in Fremont County, numerous jury trials over the last decade. And during that time, I've had more than a few cases where a BIA agent needed to be a witness for whatever reason. Perhaps the BIA agent made a stop or made an initial detention on the reservation. Other cases. And what I found over the years is that just because of I suppose it's because of the nature of the agency, that it's a nationwide agency, that there is, it's rare that we have BIA officers that are here for extended periods of time. I know there are a number of very good officers, Chief Larvey, for example. I could mention 3 or 4 other BIA agents that have been here for a lengthy period of time. They're local men. But by and large, a lot of the agents that come here to work don't stay here for very long. And they're difficult to find when they're needed. Quite difficult. that would be all I'd have to say about that, sir.
Thank you, Patrick. Hey, Chief Larvey, could you address how you would, with that concern on the need to have officers available to testify, how could that be resolved, or how can that be resolved? And is there a risk of turnover?
I certainly appreciate Mr. LeBrun's concern. I have not been aware of any of those situations. If somebody is needed for court or is subpoenaed to court, they have a duty to honor that subpoena. We oftentimes send people to other locations to testify in court. It's just it's a part of the job, and if there's those type of issues, I would sure address them on an individual basis. I'd also like to add, I keep hearing this term local control, and within the justice system, I think there's built-in local control. What we're talking about is enforcing law. And at the end of the day, there's systems within the law that build in local control. And in this case, I believe Mr. LeBrun would be a key piece in that local control. And by that, I mean, if our agency is not doing something appropriately, Mr. LeBrun has the ultimate say whether our cases get prosecuted or not. So I think there is local control. I think that is the main piece of local control in regards to law enforcement and prosecuting cases.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions for Mr. LeBrun? Representative Blackburn, please. I'm gonna let's start you over, Jim.
How about now?
Perfect.
Great. Chief Larby, I was just wondering, the police officers on the reservation, are they transferred on and off that reservation to other reservations or other venues so that they might be hard to find? That's not exactly how I meant it. So that it would be hard to find if they needed to be tested for.
Yeah, oftentimes if somebody transfers away from our agency into another BIA department, they're not hard to find, and they're subject to responding back for court or whatever we need them to do. However, we have a significant rate of turnover for quite a number of reasons, and oftentimes people either quit or move on to a different agency altogether. In which case, that may be a problem.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Chief, how often does that happen on the winds?
Can you repeat your question? I had a tough time hearing you.
I'm sorry, sir. How often does that happen?
I still didn't hear your question.
Tony, his question is, how often does that happen where they're transferred out?
There's no way to really give you a definite answer. I've done some studies on why we have turnover, and it's pretty well across the board. We oftentimes lose people to being promoted to other locations. And then we do hire a lot of people from not from this area. So it's hard to keep people here.
Okay. Any other questions? Questions for Patrick, for Mr. LeBrun? Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Chairman. And this is kind of in response and to relation what Chief Larvey had said in response to our county attorney, Patrick LeBrun. And I guess that would be my issue, and I have to bring it up. I have to say something. And
Make
so
sure it's-
Chief Larvey just said the key piece on local control is ultimately our county attorney, and he has to say whether cases get prosecuted or not. And I have a pet peeve with the comment getting out in the weeds. And I really feel as an Indigenous person, when that is used, I guess we're out in the weeds a lot for Indigenous people. And I kind of find that offensive, because what we view as important sometimes, and what I've seen and heard in my experience as a legislator, I'm out in the weeds quite a lot because those issues are important to me and my constituents. But my concern is, and here's the jurisdictional complex issue that I want to make a point on, and it's Patrick LeBrun, and it's our tribal member who got shot at Walmart, Anderson Andy Antelope. That's my issue. So we want to talk about local control and transparency. We never got justice. The people never got justice. I get written all the time from Anderson's family members about this. And the inquest, public inquest, just to get answers, was stalled by local and county officials. And I personally, for speaking on behalf of my constituent and my tribal member, because he mattered, he matters, got squashed. And I got attacked by our county attorney because of that. And I did get called by people of this committee saying, did you solicit to be on the public inquest? No, I did not. So that would be my issue. And I don't care if I'm out in the weeds, but these are issues that are important here that I feel is important. I'm speaking on behalf of my constituents. Thank you.
So,
Mr. Chairman.
So
This is-
Representative Clifford, the problem with getting out into the weeds is when we deviate from the agenda that we have. And so what's really important as you have thoughts that you want to have is they need to be questions back to the people. And you made a comment, and we have some toleration for that. But was there a question in what your remarks to Mr. LeBrun?
I guess, yeah. Could you go on the record and ask why you squashed the public inquest of a tribal member?
Mr. Chairman.
On local control?
Let's make sure that the question is relevant to the discussion at hand, which is the bill that we're looking at in allowing tribal police to have jurisdiction to issue motor vehicle law. Representative Clifford, we need to come back in. Representative or Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I plead for decorum in this committee. It's not an inquisition. We're not picking and settling scores between elected officials. I encourage these elected officials to talk offline. I protest that there's an issue that's preventing us from talking sincerely about a serious piece of legislation that's been in front of this committee and had committee work for over a decade. And I would hope we'd be able to stick to that. And I would suggest that Mr. LeBrun does not have to answer this question. It's not an inquisition. And if he wishes to take it up offline, he certainly can, or he can address it here if he wishes. But we are better than this. We are the Wyoming legislature, and we need to focus on the topic.
We're going to move along. And so thank you, Patrick, for being here. And would just remind the committee that we need to refrain from making comments and ask questions so that we can gather information to help us make the important decision we need to make. So I think we're at the public comment portion of this topic. I think like to, I believe Superintendent Shakespeare has some, would like to make some public comment. I think we have Byron Odakoven from the Police Officers Association. We'd have like him to follow up, and then Vice Chairman Snyder, good morning to you. We'll have you, and then any other of our councilmen that would like to comment on this. So Superintendent Shakespeare.
Co-chair, just in case you don't see it on your screen, Councilman Fast Horse is also in the Zoom.
Got it. Thank you. I see his name. Superintendent Shakespeare, are you out there?
Yes, thank you. Excuse me, I'm gonna leave my video off. I'm having some internet stability notification, so I don't want to lose you. But the comment I'd like to make is just in support of our BIA Chief Larby when he's talking about local control. Just as with my employees here at the agency, I'm responsible for them all and their conduct when they deal with the public, just as Chief Larby is responsible for all his police officers and their conduct when they're performing their duties out in the public. So if there's any issues with the conduct of any law enforcement officer, he would have the local control and he would be dealing with those officers that are under his direction. Aside from that, when you talk about release of information, while it is true that any document created by the BIA law enforcement is considered a federal document, once that document is turned over, say in the case of when we're enforcing tribal law through the Shoshone-Arapaho Law and Order Code, that once that document is turned over to the tribal prosecutor's office, that document is now in the property of the tribes, which then makes it public record. So anytime there is a request for information for those police reports, whether it be from insurance companies, medical, or the individuals themselves, for maybe a civil action, they make those requests at the tribal prosecutor's office, and those records are then released to the public at that time. So that if this there's an issue on release of information, once that report from an officer would be, if they're enforcing state laws, turned over to the county attorney, then he would have the ability to release that to the public, just as the mechanism works for the tribal court and the tribal prosecutor's office. Aside from that, I will make one last comment. Several lifetimes ago, when I was a BIA police officer, I responded to subpoenas in federal court as well as district court, and I think I testified in a district court case to Mr. LeBrun's predecessor. So I know if the subpoenas are issued, whether it be from the state, federal, or even I responded to a subpoena for a court case that was at another reservation, and I traveled there to do that. So as long as the process is followed through the subpoenas, those officers are required to be represented in that court's jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Superintendent Shakespeare, committee? Thank you. Superintendent Shakespeare.
Mr. Chairman?
Should be in here. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think it would be helpful if the committee just kind of had a quick understanding of the training that BIA law enforcement goes through, and maybe Superintendent Shakespeare can talk about the program in Artesia just briefly. I think there's always concern about the training, and so for folks watching this hearing on the Zoom, maybe just a quick understanding of what that entails.
Can you give Superintendent Shakespeare? Can you give us a rundown? You've lived through it.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question, Senator Ellis. Again, a couple of lifetimes ago, I was detailed to Artesia as a training lieutenant, and their course is pretty intensive. It is 16 weeks long. They do cover constitutional law. They have a large section on Fourth Amendment, and their tests are pretty intensive. They have areas on defense control techniques. And I think this is, when it comes to the traffic, I think this is something where maybe it'd be a good question and everything for all the individuals at the different agencies to answer is what type of equipment you use, such as the radar, what kind of training, such as the standard SFSTs. I know that BIA is trained under that, to go under that protocols. That's through NHTSA. And you know, as far as the training for traffic, as far as I know, it is all the same because it is pretty standard. And they use the same type of breathalyzers, PBTs, they use the same. So the training in that regard for traffic, if you're just looking at traffic, which I believe this bill is, then is my understanding that I would defer to the other agencies, whether it's the Highway Patrol, the Sheriff's Office, or even Mr. Walsh with Post on what the training requirements are for just the traffic and traffic enforcement.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rodekoven, welcome. We don't get to see you much in this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Byron Odekoven, the Executive Director for the Wyoming Sheriffs and Chiefs. Let me circle around for a moment and help answer some of the lingering questions and or clarify a couple of specific points, if I may. So in terms of flow for an officer, the bill contemplates that we would have federal officers that are stationed in Wyoming be authorized to have jurisdiction in state court for the purposes of issuing a traffic citation. So which that part is relatively clear. Where it gets a little muddy is in the discussion of training. The bill doesn't contemplate that you would have additional training on traffic enforcement. The superintendent stated it well. Standard SFSTs, standard processes for issuing of a traffic citation is not in question in terms of does FLETC provide that level of training for the BIA officers. What the question becomes, and I think the court case pointed out several years ago, that in order to issue, only Wyoming peace officers can issue a citation into state court. The mechanism to become a Wyoming peace officer is universal across agencies in that the Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission reviews the prior training file to make sure that it is of substance equal to or better than the current Wyoming process, and then asks people to take the 1 week of Wyoming law because you'll be operating within the Wyoming court system. And it's not the actual issuance of a citation necessarily that is in question. It's what do you do with everything else that you find during a traffic stop? And how do you handle that under Wyoming law? How do you present that to the county attorney? And how do you deal with it? You deal with that because you've been trained as a Wyoming peace officer in order to forward that information on to the Wyoming court system. So for clarification in that regard, point two to that clarification is that once that federal, and as the statute contemplates, authorized officer issues that citation or makes that arrest, that traffic arrest, that case is not turned over to local law enforcement. That case proceeds through the court system under the jurisdiction of the superintendent and the police chief on the reservation. It is not turned over to the sheriff or the police department as was contemplated. The bill says you are a peace officer able to cite people into court. So it would go from the local jurisdiction to the prosecution. For prosecution, it would the local sheriff and or the police chief would have nothing to do with the press release or information or documentation being released. That would fall back to the officer, the superintendent, and the chief to be able to do that release of information following their rules, which I think has been a subject of some discussion and debate so far this morning. It is of concern. We testified in 2013, 2012, and 2013 as to wanting to continue that uniformity of training or recognition of the level of training and that week of Wyoming law for consistency for all jurisdictions to be able to prosecute within state court. So that would be our position again today. Noting, and I think Sheriff Lee brings up a couple of great points in that the special deputy status that he's exploring, having a degree of familiarity with that, from several years ago, I understand that the sheriff has the authority to appoint special deputies and assign them specific duties and tasks and responsibilities. So I think that may help solve the companion issue raised of citizens' complaints and local control from the standpoint that special deputy recognition, that citizens' complaint would then fall to the sheriff to deal with for that public review. And if there's any action taken, would be within the jurisdiction of the office of the sheriff. So there would be that cooperation between the tribal officers and the sheriff under that special deputy status discussion, depending upon how that portion goes, Mr. Chairman. So I think that helps discuss the flow of a case, helps discuss the concern of officer certification coming in from out of state. And I think it also points to, and the Sheriff Lee posed the question as well, the bill doesn't contemplate, and I think we mentioned an officer from Florida as an example. If he were a flexi-trained BIA officer coming to Wyoming, stationed on the reservation, he would be, as the bill contemplates, he would be subject to the 1 week of Wyoming law, the passage of that certification, and go forth and issue citations. And next month he transfers on to California or Oregon or Washington, and away they go, subject to, as the superintendent talked about, the subpoena back for court. The question is, would the prosecution do that? Would everybody take it as a duty worth doing, or would the case be dismissed? That would be the question. But that local control that the sheriff speaks of knowing those officers who are out patrolling, who would be known to everyone in terms of their skills, ability, and understanding of the community. Oops, I apologize. See if I can put that in the drawer, maybe it'll help quiet it. Mr. Chairman, I apologize for the phone in the background. But that would help quell that discussion of knowing the officer that's writing the citation on the streets and highways of Wyoming, and having that officer known to the sheriff and having some sense of security. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Let me see if I can. Please leave me a message or try my cell, 307-660.
You gotta love Zoom.
Hey, we almost got his cell number, you guys. It just came close.
It's in the book, Mr. Chairman. So, but I think the special deputy status that the good sheriff speaks of is an interesting concept that may help address several of the points that we've talked about today. And I hope we have part of the discussion that we haven't lost sight of how these officers would come to Wyoming and how best they would be recognized as they go about the duties of traffic enforcement on state highways. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would answer questions.
Questions for Mr. Otakoven? Chairman Ellis, then Senator Case, I got you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's all kind of coming back to me, and I apologize. It's been about a decade, but I think using the special deputy status statutes that exist, that's a clean, quick fix, right? We tinker with that and make it clear that the 2009 case that I mentioned is Collier versus the state of Wyoming, I think, that that's overruled, and that can be a function of our county sheriff's office. But we had this discussion a decade ago, and all of a sudden there were questions about, well, what happens with who's liable for this, and when are they acting as a state deputy and when are they not? And we want clarity. And what about roadblocks? The tribes are, under their authority have the ability to do roadblocks, but we don't in Wyoming. So how do we work through those issues? And so it wasn't a clean ability to cross deputize. It was, well, what about this? Well, what about this? Well, we can't do this. And so that's really what the goal of this bill was to start answering some of those questions. And so I just wanted to get your take too on, I think this sets a good framework for the commission to establish some of those rules. And wouldn't you think that going through this process for the Peace Officer Commission could kind of get after some of those issues that you're raising about, transferring a case? It really isn't a federal citation going into state court. I mean, these are state post-certified, and I think we can make clear in this bill or otherwise in commission rules that they're really handing it off and they're transferring a case to be prosecuted under state of Wyoming law, not tribal law. So I'm really trying to understand your comments a little bit better and wondering if there's some room in here to improve on this legislation.
Mr. Odekoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope my comments weren't confusing, but I'll do my best to clarify if possible. No, I think the process that's outlined within the bill and contemplated that post the Wyoming Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission would be in the position to certify the officers as one, their prior training, and two, their use of Wyoming's law is well within. I think that's a good process. That's the same process everyone uses for bringing in and out of state officers. So I hope I was clear in that. And you're exactly right, Madam Co-Chair, in that one of the companion issues is the authority that the tribal officers have for conducting roadblocks and setting up roadblocks for purposes of sobriety checks, et cetera, that are not authorized within Wyoming statute. So that would be a sticky moment of trying to sort out. So if I were doing a federal roadblock and encountered a non-tribal member for the DUI conducted on the roadblock that's not authorized for non-tribal members, but is authorized for tribal members, how do I deal with that DUI? Yes, ma'am. That would be a little bit sticky around the edges. I would defer to the prosecution, to the prosecutors as well for clarity in that regard on how we would mesh some of the activities between federal officers and their authority versus what we would contemplate within the bill for dealing with state issues. So I hope I addressed a couple of those points.
Senator, follow up, Chairman Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And those are the issues I want to sort through, because if you look at page 7, subsection K, I mean, that it talks about how roadblocks would be addressed. And it tries to answer the questions so that we're not creating more confusion. And so that piece is addressed. And then looking at the requirements of the post officers, I mean, what if we added language on page 8, somewhere between lines 9 and 23 that says, if they're getting this special jurisdiction under this bill, that they have to notify the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, so that the Fremont County Sheriff's Office is made aware of officers who have this special jurisdiction. I just think there's room to improve the bill without, and so I just wanted to see if you have any more of those kind of ideas of how to strengthen the bill.
Mr. Odekoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Co-Chair, I would, if it's the committee's pleasure to proceed with the bill, we'll certainly look at it in that light and provide you with some additional clarification to assist with the bill.
Thank you. Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The roadblock language is clear as a bell here on page 7. Tribal law enforcement officers are not authorized to enforce state traffic laws as set forth in this section if the contact between the officer and the offender resulted from a roadblock within the Wind River Indian Reservation, which is not in compliance with Title 7, Chapter 17 of the Wyoming statutes. So plowed this ground before. That's not an issue. I think that's handled. I think the good chairman's suggestion about including language that requires notification of the Fremont County Sheriff, that's a great idea. Very good language. I think when the chairman was asking about the confusion that happened before, it was when with the cross deputization. And in what role are you acting? If you're cross deputized, is that different than this very special language that says you can't use the roadblock? How do you handle that situation with cross deputization? It doesn't seem as clean to me. But I do want to ask you about the cross deputization, the special deputies. That law has been on the books for a very long time, I would assume. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes, and I hope my earlier comment on the roadblock was not a degree of confusion. That was in response to Chairman Ellis saying that wasn't of issue before, and the language in the bill clarifies that and eliminates that as an issue. So I was not trying to raise that as an issue, merely to point out that yes, that was an issue before, and the bill contemplates clarification on the roadblock. And specifically to your question of special deputy, that's been on the books for a long time.
Fair enough, and thank you. And thank you for clearing up the roadblock thing. I may have misunderstood and I apologize. But with regard to the special deputies, if they've been on the books for a long time, we've had this problem for a long time. Why haven't they been used? And maybe it's a question for you as a sheriff and putting yourself in. Sheriff Ryan Lee might be too much in the hot seat because he is the sheriff. But why do you think Fremont County sheriffs haven't used this very much? I guess maybe did that go back to the case that the good chairwoman was talking about? Was it used under that case and then thrown out? Is that what I'm understanding? But if we've had the possibility of doing this and we spent all these years and haven't done it, why do you think that is?
Mr. Chairman, all due respect, that would be a degree of speculation on my part that I would be uncomfortable with going without consulting and interviewing with local law enforcement to help determine the answer to that in the best way possible. So I think you're correct. That may be a better question back to the good superintendent, to the sheriff, and to the prosecutor. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Otakoven?
It's hard to pin him down, Mr. Chairman. I think I'll give up. Thank you.
Question, Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I got a question for you. And I'm still, even listening to the discussion right now, I having a hard time wrapping my head around this roadblock issue. And so on page 7, lines 6 through 11 on the bill, I had a note when I read through this, and it was why. And I'm just gonna, I got a lot of constituents asking, but so section, if you go back to page 2, lines 9 through 14, except as provided in subsection K, and that was brought up, was the roadblocks. Wyoming Statute 91-712. So it's saying that tribal law enforcement officers are not authorized to enforce state traffic laws as set forth in this section if the contact between the officer and the offender resulted from a roadblock within the Wind River Indian Reservation, which is not in compliance with Title 7, Chapter 17 of the Wyoming Statute. Could you re-explain what the intent is again? I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around this.
Mr. Otakoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes. Roadblocks are not authorized for Wyoming peace officers to set up for purposes of traffic. We can do roadblocks for criminal activity, but not for traffic activity. So they are specifically forbidden within Wyoming statute for Wyoming peace officers to conduct traffic roadblocks. So if we will have a tribal officer acting as a Wyoming peace officer, they can't bring with them a federal authority to state court. So state court, you cannot have a roadblock. So if you have a tribal officer citing someone into state court, you can't cite them into state court illegally by virtue of being on a roadblock for the purposes of traffic. So it's authorized federally for that federal officer to conduct a roadblock within their reservation and make arrests of tribal members, but it would be forbidden under state statute for Wyoming peace officers to conduct that roadblock. Thus, it would be forbidden for federal officers with state authority to conduct that roadblock. So hopefully, Mr. Chairman, I've helped explain that.
Follow up, Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So could you clarify, define Wyoming peace officer for me, please?
Mr. Otakoven, give it a shot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've discussed, the bill contemplates, and the Director of Post points out, that a Wyoming peace officer can become a peace officer after they've received their training, their certification, they've met their post hours falling within the post rules after they've been hired, background investigation, et cetera, by the local jurisdiction. The bill contemplates that the federal officer would be under the jurisdiction of post for purposes of gaining that Wyoming certification. So they would have their academy training reviewed to ensure that it is equal to, if not greater than, Wyoming standard, that they're a member in good standing, i.e. their background is per the superintendent, and then they would attend that Wyoming law so that they would be well-versed in and have the authority to write citations into a Wyoming court. So that's how they would derive their peace officer status, as all other peace officers would as well. You cannot become a peace officer in any jurisdiction in Wyoming without falling under the post rules and going to the Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy, et cetera. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, do I have this correct? Here's a scenario. So our BIA police officers do roadblocks for good reasons and purposes, but because they're a federal officer, so let's say they do a roadblock. A non-tribal person who lives on the res or happened to be passing through, for whatever reason, goes through the roadblock and they're coming from the bar. But they go through the roadblock and our BIA officers could smell alcohol. They get this training in DUI training and you know, get this good training that we're all talking about. And they suspect that the non-tribal member at the roadblock there is driving under the influence. So let me be clear. So you're saying because they're peace officers and we're going to give that exception to subsection K, and then it's cited on page 7 of this legislation, legally the BIA officers, even though they're a Wyoming peace officer, couldn't enforce the state traffic law in that instance. Do I have that correct?
Mr. Odekoven.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you have that correct, with the caveat that I would want to defer to both the sheriff and the local county attorney, because I know they've worked on MOU back and forth, if you will, an understanding of what do we do with a intoxicated person that they find at one of those roadblocks. And for clarity within the reservation, I would ask that they be allowed to answer that question as well. But in the technical aspect of the statute as described, you are correct.
Any other questions for Mr. Odekoven? Mr. Odekoven, as we talk about the cross deputizations and going back to a comment that Senator Case asked on why it hadn't been done, you know, in our efforts to establish statutes is an effort to add consistency and longevity to enforce laws and policy in the state. Is there a risk if we just relied upon cross-deputization or an MOU that could change from administration to administration? You may have one sheriff who's elected that likes it, next sheriff that doesn't like it. And so it would not be a static, it'd be inconsistent. Is that a possibility that's out there with that scenario?
Mr. Chairman, you certainly bring up a good point. The answer would be yes, because it's up to that special deputization is issued by the sheriff, and that doesn't extend to the next sheriff. It just like many of our statutes contemplate that the passage of something by this commission doesn't pass on to the next commission, if you will. So yes, it would be up to the succeeding sheriff to review and decide for themselves if they were going to continue that practice.
So then it would, there certainly is uncertainty in that scenario. Would you agree?
Mr. Chairman, there would be uncertainty as to that it would continue to the next administration. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I would like Vice Chairman Snyder, I seen you raising your hand, and as you and other tribal councilmen speak on this, it would help us to know your feelings on whether you support us moving forward with this legislation. Give us your thoughts, but as you conclude, let us know if this is something you think this committee ought to continue forward with, or if we ought to just walk away from it.
Thank
Vice
you. Thank you, Co-Chair Larson and Co-Chair Ellis and members of the committee. I think back to Co-Chair Ellis's comment is that the intent of this legislation was for efficiency. And we really do have to do education on the we're not expanding jurisdiction to anybody. So I think that's really key to this. I'm very interested in pursuing this. I think there's still work that needs to be done. But I can't walk away from this by not bringing up my concern. I appreciate Representative Clifford's strong advocacy on getting the questions answered from the prosecuting attorney. And I understand this is not an inquisition, but I think the objective of this committee, and to your title, Tribal Relations Committee, would be to make sure that that question is answered. By no means do I want to put Mr. LeBrun, like in a public spectacle or here, but I think the committee has an obligation to make sure Representative Clifford's question is answered. She answers to the constituents here. And if that's been an ongoing concern, then let's have full disclosure and transparency. I mean, it's a little bothersome to me that Sheriff Lee, Mr. LeBrun can talk about lack of transparency and some of their concerns about local control. If that's the concern, let's put the cards on the table and do it across the board. Again, I thank Representative Clifford for her strong words and her advocacy, and I'd really like to have those questions answered. I don't need to be at the table. I mean, by no means do I want to put anybody through, something like that. But I think if there's an unanswered question, then we all have an obligation. You as the Tribal Relations Committee have an obligation to make sure those tribal relations are in full disclosure and there's transparencies, regardless of who the agency is. So I will get off my soapbox, but what I would like to say is that, if we're interested in pursuing this, legislation, I don't think it's reinventing the wheel, because the Eastern Shoshone Tribe already has cooperation, and we have a drug task force officer out here, and that cross-training is done through DCI and the BIA. So we have some good models, that we could go back and reflect on if we're looking at how to do this certification. And I don't know, I mean, Co-Chair Larson don't really like the idea of that it would be contingent on that agency approving, because to me, there's too many inconsistencies with that. I just don't think that that's a very good model. And if we're going to do it, let's do it across the board and make sure that we iron out what those areas of concern, if it be transparency or whatever they are, local control. I feel like we have local control, we have issues with Tony Larvey, we work them out. Our chief of police, we work about. If we have issues with our BIA local, we work them out. So I think, hopefully that's the spirit that we can come away with here, is let's bring those issues to the table. Let's get them resolved. And again, just reminding you of what the mission is your tribal relations. And so if there's something that's maybe a little bit rough around the edges or not quite to where we want it to be, the answers haven't all been answered, then let's work on getting those answers on the table into the proper people. Thank you. I believe Councilman St. Clair has some comments as well, so I'm gonna get out of the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you do, Vice Chairman Snyder, any questions for Vice Chairman Snyder? Okay, Councilman St. Clair, good morning to you. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Larson, and Affy Ellis, thank you for running this meeting yesterday and today. I don't want to thank the rest of the committee members and everyone else that's present. My first comments is I very much support Ms. Clifford's concerns about the tribal member. I think there should be more transparency into what's happening with our tribal members on or off the reservation. And so I would encourage some response from Mr. LeBron. Doesn't have to be publicly, but there should be some response to her questions. Secondly, I would look at this bill. I worked as a tribal judge for over 30 years, so very familiar with the scenarios that arise regarding law enforcement. There had been in the past cooperative agreements between the tribes, the BIA, and the county. And those expired. At one point, I swore in the Wyoming Highway Patrol officers to enforce tribal law on the reservation. I'm not sure where that's at right now. They did have the authority to cite tribal members into tribal court and even arrest tribal members for DUIs. They appeared for the trials, and that agreement seemed to work very well. In this agreement that's proposed for authorizing tribal law enforcement officers to enforce state traffic laws, I believe it's important for this agreement to go forward because it fills a gap that exists in law enforcement where a non-Indian person is suspected of driving while under the influence. And presently, the local law enforcement, the tribal law enforcement has to call the county or the state to come in and take that forward. And just from the previous statements, especially from the Highway Patrol, there is a lack of officers, and so this would help in that area. I believe that since this activity is occurring within the jurisdiction of the tribes, that the tribes would need to be a party to any agreement regarding this, implementing this statute, that if it's passed, regarding the activity that would occur and some of the specifics to carry that out. We've dealt many years with witnesses, BIA witnesses in traffic and criminal cases within the reservation. It's true that there is a turnover. I believe the bill should address how to, if there is a trial, the officer transfers, is it important enough to the county to cover the transportation costs for that witness? That was the issue that always arose when it occurred in the tribal court was, is it worth it for the BIA to bring that person back? Now, BIA is responsible for law enforcement on the reservation, so they covered the cost to transportation costs for that witness. So those are the two things. I know there's a lot of other issues regarding law enforcement on the reservation. The issue of the county entering into a cross deposition agreement outside of traffic. We need to look at that. That's not what's in this bill. For the future, we need to begin communicating and meeting with the Fremont County and Hot Springs County to work some of those issues out. But thank you for allowing us to participate and given our input into the activities that relate to our people.
Thank you, Councilman Sinclair. Any questions for the good councilman? Okay. Do we still have
Mr. Chairman?
Chairman Ellis, please?
Thank you. In reading page 6, it talks about pension, relief, disability, workers' comp insurance, and other benefits apply when the officer is engaged or in performance of duties, whether or not they're doing their work on patrolling the reservation or enforcing state traffic laws. And so I didn't know, it seems like that the cost of prosecuting, maybe if we added that to the list, would alleviate that one concern about who's going to pay transportation costs if they're summoned to appear in Fremont County Court. Have you taken a look at that particular paragraph? I don't know if it's already covered, I guess is my question.
Any thoughts on that, Councilman Sinclair?
It didn't, yes, it didn't seem to be covered specifically.
Thank you.
And that's why I brought it up.
Yep. Very good. Councilman Fast Horse, are you out there?
Yes, I am.
Good morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning, chairs and committee members. Appreciate you guys taking a very thorough dive into this topic. Again, for us as the Northern Arapaho tribe, we very much believe in the safety and well-being of all. And so to first respond to the first question there, which was, do we support this or not? Yes, we do. Again, as respectable Councilman Sinclair has mentioned, you know, he's been a judge for 30 years on this reservation, and he has wrangled and tangled with this issue throughout his term. And it is a very, very serious topic of discussion, and something that we all need to work together to come out as champions in this whole scenario. Because again, it helps to provide that sense of law, and that's always the biggest key for all of us, is that we're trying to ensure that there is established processes and procedures for law. At the end of the day, I find it very simple, but again, when we start talking about jurisdiction and process, that's where we get all tangled up. I believe there's enough bright minds on this committee and within the agencies to all make this what it should be. I appreciate Representative Clifford for voicing her concerns. Again, those things are all related in some fashion or factor. And so, I know it wasn't generally right with the topic or agenda item, but again, it is still very relevant to a lot of our discussions. And so at times, those things will be interjected, but again, it's always on the advocacy side to ensure that we're always maintaining our honest opinions. So I really appreciate that from Clifford. One thing that I want to really express is that I like the thought of taking the simple approach of having these federal officers go through the process to get state certified as peace officers, and at least walking that through, as it was mentioned, as in it's a process that goes strictly to the county, and all the paperwork lines straight through there. A lot of the transparency and the media things, I think those can all be handled on that side once everything is processed. If a federal officer needs to be subpoenaed as part of witness to the court case, then those things are always just standard procedures. One thing I wanted to ask everyone was, we've been wrangling with this whole BIA issue just the same as you guys are. And we're the ones who are trying our best to deal with it day to day. And one thing that I have mentioned to both councils is that, you know, at what point do we consider and look at our option of 638 and our police department here on the reservation? Would that make things a lot easier, you know, if we did so? Because then you don't have to deal with the bureaucracy, you deal with the tribes directly. And I totally agree with Councilman St. Clair's opinion that the tribe should be involved in whatever process is developed. These MOAs, MOUs, you know, I think those can go a long ways to really helping us understand how we get to the finish line. We're very willing to figure this out. I just really scratch my head and really wonder how this can be such a hard topic to get over, you know, and when we're just talking about safety and law, you know, and just traffic violations, you know, we're not even talking about, you know, major crimes of non-natives committing these crimes on the reservation. You know, I think that's the bigger topic that should be in front of us. But of course, it's traffic violations. Again, I think there's ways that we can work through this. And again, I don't ever think we should lose steam on this, and that we should be going the other way. It's very important. That's why it's still on the table here since 2013. You know, that's one concern we have as tribal members on the reservation is, you know, we don't want people that don't have to abide by laws on our reservation. You know, and that's the biggest concern, right? You know, is the safety of and well-being of our tribal members. If we have individuals that are coming out here just because they know no one can touch them, that's not good. You know, and again, that's the whole reason that we're all here. You know, and that's our duty as leaders, all of us across the board that are on this call. I appreciate you all. I appreciate every concern and opinion you have. But I believe there it is. I think we really up the ante and push the momentum here and really come with the right solutions that have to be vetted here. Thank you.
Any question for Councilman Fast Horse? Do we have any other tribal councilmen here that would like to make a comment? Okay, committee. I think the question before us here, before we move on to our missing and murdered Indigenous women, is for us to make a decision on whether we move forward with that. And I would entertain a motion giving some direction to what we do in preparation for our next meeting. Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, before I make any formal motion about moving this bill, I will say I do think that legislation always has to be a reflection of the time and place which it comes. And this reflects a lot of work in 2012, but I think there's room for improvement. I think there's room to incorporate the tribes more in the development of the process. I think that we could alleviate some of the concerns and just making sure the jurisdiction question's clear so that this is made known that it is a transfer to the county sheriffs, and from there the county sheriff runs with it if they want to talk to the media, if they need to. I do think that notification to Hot Springs County, Fremont County Sheriff, like there are some additions that can be made to this bill. So you know, I'm stuck with should we do a motion to try and work it today, or should we take a little bit more time and see if we can advance it during our next meeting? So I don't know if any other committee members want to weigh in on that, but hearing from both councils makes it clear to me that we should continue to work on this bill.
So, Madam Chairman, I think the direction that I'd like to take it today is we're not going to work the bill today. I think that the intent of bringing this bill before the committee today was to see and determine if there is interest at the tribe and county and state level that this bill might have potential of moving forward. I think we've gathered information and had discussion. I think that we should, the question then now is, do we do some work between now and our next meeting to work on the anomalies or the gaps in the bill and have something ready for our next meeting? Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. If it's appropriate, I would suggest that we let Senator Ellis work with the members of the committee. She can establish a subcommittee if she wishes or however, but to work with the members of the committee that are interested to bring forth a bill for next meeting. It can either be an entirely new bill or it could be the existing bill with appropriate amendments. But I think she's nailed it in terms of including notification to the sheriff, acquiescence of the tribal governments. I think that's a really good point. Those would really alleviate my concerns, and I would hope we would move this forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would make that a motion if the proper time, if you so desire, but not right now.
We'll come back after Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Chairman. I make a motion to move this bill. That's my motion.
So Representative Clifford, would it be friendly to do it in your motion as Senator Case outlined, to give the chairman some direction to work with members of the committee in bringing a bill forward that we can look at and discuss at our next meeting?
If you could just re-clarify again, Senator Case.
Senator Case.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would, and Representative Clifford, I don't think the bill's quite ready. It needs some amendments. I think the committee doesn't want to work the bill today. I think that's the consensus of the chairman and everybody else. We've got a full agenda. And we were hoping that the bill would be improved through the amendments that we've talked about and brought forward at our next meeting. That was what I was hoping.
Is that in harmony with your desires there, Representative Clifford?
You're muted.
Yeah, we lost you there.
Chairman, with all due respect and listening to the tribal leaders and everybody at the table, I think we're here. I think this is a good starting point. I recognize the decade work on it, and I think we just move it forward. Now we have everybody here. We have the crucial combo, and I say we move the bill.
Okay, so the motion's on the table that we move the bill forward to today and work the bill today. Is there a second to that motion? Is there a second? Is there a second? No second.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion that would take precedence. I would move to table the bill to our next meeting with instructions that it be brought off the table once the amendments have been brought forward. And I would suggest that Senator Ellis could be in charge of that. She worked with Representative Clifford. I think that'd be a good team.
So we have a motion that died of lack of second. We have another motion that has been brought forward and seconded by Representative Blackburn. All in favor of tabling the bill today and working it and having it brought forth as a bill to consider in our next meeting, raise your hand.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chair, it was Senator Case who brought the motion.
Yes, Senator Case brought the motion. Thank you. Seconded by Representative Blackburn. Thank you. Okay, that's the direction we're headed. Thank you. Okay.
I just wanted, for the folks on the Zoom right now, Heather has all your contact information. I think we will try and schedule time where we can maybe get on another Zoom and just kind of work the bill page by page, line by line. And I'll reach out with Representative Clifford. We'll set up that time and see if we can improve on this bill and insert in the right areas some of those, some key language I think that will alleviate concerns and hopefully add some more clarity. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and I really appreciate that. I see Heather's got her hand.
Heather, where are you? There you are, in front of the lake. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, in the meantime, and I wanted to alert those who Chairwoman Ellis and I will be contacting, that this is a 2013 bill. And so in the meantime, it will actually turn into a 2020 2021 bill draft. And so don't get terribly married to all of the line numbers and page numbers, because that could change a couple things as we start to look at the, and actually version that's moved forward in time.
So Heather, could we perhaps do this, put it in the hopper as they'll get it converted over to a 2021 draft so that then everybody can be on the right page? Tell
Oh,
me
yes,
how-
absolutely. Mr. Chairman, oh, sorry. Mr. Chairman, oh, yes, absolutely. I plan to do that right away after this meeting.
So as soon as we get that done, for all of those that have participated here today, if you could just send us an attachment with that, and for those Patrick and Ryan and others, Colonel Howler, let's be looking for that, and that'll be the document we work off of, please.
Yes,
Mark.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman.
Okay.
Chairman, this is Councilman Fast Horse and committee members. Just want to make sure that it's well known and to communicate with you all. The NABC would welcome the opportunity to engage with the committee to improve the bill, and we can also have our legal counsel to look at the amendments and help to clarify and improve.
Thank you. Appreciate the offer.
Yep.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Councilman Fast Horse. I really appreciate that. And I've got to say, going into this next year, I'd be reluctant to fill it all without the support of both councils. So, at points, if you're feeling uneasy about the direction, I'd like to know that, because I do want to, this is a controversial issue, and I just want to know that I've got your commitment and support for, the direction we're headed. So I appreciate that. And then I just want to apologize to the committee. I've got a family medical emergency. And so I'm going to be dropping off the call today or out of our meeting. And I'm really sorry to miss. I hate missing any part of a meeting. So just we'll be watching the feed afterward, and feel free to email me going forward. And I'm really sorry I won't be with you for the rest of the meeting.
Thank you. Best of luck to you, Madam Chairman. Okay, so next item on our agenda is an update from Mrs. Chambers on missing and murdered Indigenous persons effort. I think we got Latera LeBeau here with us as well. So Tara, if I hope that they'll let you in.
Hello, Chairman. This is Kara Chambers. I am the Director of the Division of Victim Services. If you're ready, I can just go ahead and launch right in.
We are, and thank you for being with us.
Yes. Well, good morning, good late morning. I want to thank you all for the invitation to update the committee. I have been listening all morning, and I've taken sort of furious notes because I think there are some overlapping issues, not necessarily with missing and murdered movement, but maybe some of the ongoing issues as far as victim liaison and law enforcement, and maybe we can chat about that a tad later. Again, as I said, my name is Kara Chambers. I serve as the chair for the Governor's Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Task Force. I wanted to sort of give you a chronological update of what the task force has done this year. I apologize, but I'm going to read from my notes. In January of this year, on January 22nd, we actually had what was not planned to be the last in-person meeting, but it ended up being thus far the last in-person meeting we had with the Missing and Murdered Task Force. At that time, the discussion was largely focused on the upcoming legislation, the Senate File 8, and the joint resolution. We also discussed the WISAC data research project, which I'll go into a little more detail in a moment, and the family art project that we were referring to at the time with Mr. Jordan Dresser, and I will update you a little bit more on that towards the end. So we had a very successful session, as you all are very aware, and Senate File was passed into law, and so we're very appreciative of those efforts. I want to thank and commend this committee for moving it forward, as with the joint resolution, and in fact, was very pleased to have such a immense turnout of support for both of those, the bill and the resolution signing. It was a sort of significant moment for Wyoming. We are one of only 10 states that has an active task force looking into the missing and murdered issue. So we applaud our lawmakers for that. On March 20th, sort of right as session ended and right as quarantine began, I did continue efforts sort of behind the scenes to move forward with the contract with Caldera Productions, which is the entity that will be producing the documentary and awareness campaign with Mr. Jordan Dresser. And so that was really where I spent March and the beginning part of April focusing on. We intended to always have task force meetings on a quarterly basis, and in keeping with another task force that I chair, which is the Human Trafficking Task Force, we tend to do the first month of each quarter. So April would have been our next task force meeting. It was set for April 22nd. Due to the sort of moving target that we had with COVID at that time, we didn't obviously have an in-person meeting, and we didn't actually have a virtual meeting either. I personally felt after contacting with some key members that it wasn't the right time for the reservation to try to coordinate this. Families were trying to figure out virtual schooling. There was a lot of different things going on. So in lieu of a task force meeting, we sent registration information for a Sovereign Bodies Survivors Leadership Council. They actually had a really interesting webinar for missing, murdered Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirited in the times of COVID. That was actually the title. And it really was a very interesting conversation about how COVID has affected this movement, as well as general violence against Native individuals, concerns that quarantine was isolating these victims and making it harder for them to be seen, and perhaps pushing the missing and murdered topic into the background. We did have members of the task force and other community liaisons who were on that call. And so that was a really interesting, we weren't actually able to have a discussion, but we were able to view it. But I was able to see that we had some familiar names who were viewing it. And so that was how we kind of navigated our April meeting. Throughout the rest of May and July, kind of ongoing actions through my office were, again, the contract negotiations with Caldera. We do have an executed contract that began February 10th through April, and it will end April 2021. We're also able to kind of recalibrate how we were going to handle the research project. If you recall, at the committee meeting you had last year, we had hoped for the data report to be finalized in June of this year. And with COVID, that absolutely ground to a halt. And we were able to, in May, my office drafted an amendment to extend the contract for the missing and murdered research project to December 31st of this year. So I note that you have a final meeting on November 12th and 13th. I don't know that we'll have a final report by then, but hopefully very soon after. And I will, of course, update the committee on that. August 25th was the Operation Lady Justice. For those of you who may or may not be aware, the White House has kicked off an initiative for missing and murdered entitled Operation Lady Justice. And on August 25th, we meaning the state of Wyoming and the tribes, were there for the Rocky Mountain Tribal Consultation, and Ms. Tara LeBeau was able to speak at that. We had other individuals from Wind River who I know were there, but there were some communication issues and weren't able to speak, but I know that there were council members and representatives who were very eager to share the work that's being done in their community. And so Ms. LeBeau, who is also on this, will fill you in on a little bit on that as well. So that kind of takes us to current. Like I said, I wanted to fill you in on the specifics of the research project. I'm going to read a little narrative. WISAC let me know that they have completed their literature review, and they have reached out to sources for archival and administrative data. They've spoken with coroners, DCI, and other agencies, and they're kind of currently trying to assimilate all that. They have about 4,000 news articles, archival and current, that they've gone through on missing and murdered persons in the state of Wyoming. They've developed a code book and are beginning a qualitative analysis to see if there are differences in the way Native and non-Native victims are represented in terms of presence in a news article, length of the news article, and the words used to describe the victim and the circumstances. And so that's part of what their report is looking at. Obviously, due to COVID, they had to change their plans to do focused stakeholder groups. In person was the original intent. Obviously, with the stay-at-home orders on the reservation, just out of respect for the completely disproportionate impact COVID has had on the reservation, those have been sort of delayed, and then really just now kind of starting to get going via telephone and Skype and Zoom and whatnot. And they plan to have a sort of virtual town hall sometime in October, again, with the goal of their final report being due to the Division of Victim Services and the task force at the end of the year. The second major project is, of course, the documentary, which we, for short term, it's actually has a working title called Who She Is, and that is the project that Caldera Productions is coordinated, led by Jordan Dresser. And I'll just kind of read a brief description of what that project is. It says, missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls epidemic has recently begun to receive the attention it needs and warrants in Wyoming. Wyoming is one of only 10 states that have commissioned or are developing statewide task forces to further understand these issues. The Caldera production team believes that the film medium can reach enormous audiences in Wyoming and around the world. The film series, Who She Is, would put human characters into the narratives about missing and murdered Indigenous women in Wyoming and humanize the story in a way that engages the community. The film series will bring more understanding to the wider community of risk factors, the discrepancies in law enforcement jurisdiction, and other issues surrounding the subject. Specifically, they're looking at doing 4 to 5 vignettes of families, and I believe they have begun some interviews of families. Again, that was sort of put on pause and had the roadblock of COVID, but I know that they have begun some of those interviews. Again, 4 to 5 vignettes of families narrated by family members, surviving family members, and then a final vignette, which would really be more of a call to action with information about the task force and other victim advocacy efforts in our state and for the tribes. So again, that is sort of the status of that. That has a goal of being done by April of 2021. So I know that was a lot that I threw at you. I'm happy to take questions. And then I'd like to sort of segue to Ms. LeBeau, who is the community coordinator for the task force. You know, we have a formal membership at the task force that is really comprised of sort of state leadership. But the reality is that the individuals like Latera, who are on the ground and in the community, are going to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting. And before I finish, I did want to make a quick comment about the task force itself. I, as Director of Division of Victim Services, am happy and have been very happy to chair this. I think the Division of Victim Services has the financial resources to do the 2 projects that I described. In total, between the 2 projects, the division has committed just shy of $300,000 towards these initiatives, which we are very happy to do. But I do want to be very cognizant of the fact that as a director of a state agency, you know, I represent colonial government, and that does have some drawbacks and some hindrances to fully accomplishing the mission that maybe this task force would like to see, which is why it's so important to have individuals like Latera engaged and involved. And I just kind of want to throw that out there because some of the conversations that we have that were brought up, you know, by Representative Clifford are kind of touching on this dynamic tension of the fact that I can't escape, you know, the fact that we can't fully address as a representative of the colonial government, that there's just not everything, and maybe it's not appropriate for us to be trying to address all these issues. And I want to be very sensitive to that. To that end, I've actually spoken with Cy Lee, who I see is here on the call, We've recently, Victim Services was made aware of some interactions between Native individuals and law enforcement. Obviously, there's several, but really trying to open up a discussion with Riverton PD about cultural sensitivity training and some long historic issues, whether it's repercussions from boarding schools or repercussions from the role of Judeo-Christian religion imposed upon the reservation, and just sort of taking a really macro approach to all these issues. But I know that was a lot to throw at you, but I just want to be cognizant of these things as someone in a state agency moves forward with this task force. So I guess that now with that, I could always stand for questions.
Thanks, Ms. Chambers. Any questions back before we go to Ms. LeBeau? And we may want to have some questions for you again at the conclusion of Ms. LeBeau's comments. Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Chambers, thank you for all your work. I appreciate what you've done in heeding and taking this task force and doing the good work that you do. And I just so appreciate your comments. I really do. And that just shows that you're being aware and you're being knowledgeable of where we come from and the colonized, being colonized. And so I appreciate that. So did I understand under your division, so you just said with these two projects, you have the project from YSAC, the report that's coming, and then it includes the documentary of who she is. And so those two projects are just shy of the 300,000. Is that how much they're costing?
Yes, and this is public record, so I could acknowledge that the project with YSAC is $49,033, and the project with Caldera is $235,000. So that is where the cumulative total is, and that is being funded through various resources, whether it's DVS administrative funds, our surcharge account, and federal victims funds.
Follow up? Okay. Ms. LeBeau, good morning to you.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for having me today. I guess I'd just say, let me begin by saying how grateful I am for everyone's attendance and interest in helping our state address this issue. A lot of what I'm going to cover today, which is going to be very brief, is going to be an echo of what Kara Chambers mentioned already as far as the initiatives that we have taken within the Winter Reservation community. Of course, the MMIP, Missing and Murdered Indigenous Peoples Task Force, is made up of 3 subcommittees that we originated with in the beginning in January, which is a law enforcement subcommittee, a family subcommittee, and an advocacy subcommittee. We really try to focus our law enforcement subcommittee. We have a very committed partners, and we may really just need to make sure we'll all be using the same terms to define what we're looking at in the data that we've been collecting. We also lean on this group to provide whatever data and statistics they collect for comparison throughout this process. Our family subcommittee is really focused on the family orientation of this. I truly believe this subgroup has the most information to gather. We need to really poll as individuals affected by this missing or murdered family members and get their testimonials, which is a big project that I've been working and partnering with YSAC on, as far as collecting data and getting those family interviews done and stakeholder interviews done as well. So that's a big part of our process that we've been working on for the YSAC area and my partnership with them. The other area we've been really working on is the advocacy subcommittees, and I've been doing a lot of community outreach with a lot of our local groups, as far as we've got some domestic violence shelters in place here locally that I've been in contact with and accessing and as far as just giving them information, updating them with our process of the MMIP task force procedures that will be going forth on. This group is going to attempt to tackle the social and societal barriers that may exist in collecting accurate data. We need to see what barriers to reporting what barriers exist as far as reporting. And I believe this group will have a lot of natural overlap and involvement with the family subcommittees. And again, that's the advocacy subcommittees and their responsibilities. And a lot of them have their initiatives within their own committees that they'll be operating off of. I was able to testify in operations Lady Justice. I was in attendance for that to speak on the behalf of the MMIP task force as well, and just update them on some community concerns as well as some jurisdictional concerns that we've been really dealing with as far as our research is going. We've also been promoting and developing resources as well for those different areas and entities. Kara Chambers did mention the cultural sensitivity training that had taken place at the Riverton Police Department. And I know been in association with a few individuals there as far as what's really important for those trainings that took place. We're also looking for the education for legislators and police authorities. That's really important. That's been mentioned with a few of my colleagues. That's something that needs to be highlighted as well. I know within the Operation Lady Justice, when I attended that and was able to testify there, I had a list of community concerns and input from a lot of the data and research that we've been taking on. Myself associated with YSAC, there's been a lack of transparency that was brought up as far as initiating collaboration efforts within our local departments. Now, I'm not sure as far as COVID being an issue and kind of restricting a lot of our meetings in person. I know I've done a lot of outreach already via email to different entities, different departments, and I'm looking forward to hearing back from them for our collaboration efforts on our family interview process that YSAC and I have been working on to start to develop the data and research information that is going to be necessary for us to proceed on our collection that we're needing in our process for that deadline that Kara mentioned in December. A lot of what we did talk about too in the Lady Justice was the need for training and funding to help with education about what MMIW is. And again, that's going to reflect back on the education for legislators and police authorities to update them and let them know what the issues are that we're dealing with within the jurisdictional issues, the lack of protocols that we've talked about, the lack of information sharing, the lack of coordination efforts that we've been dealing with, and a lack of will to really provide services for our locals. And that's a lot of our information that we're getting from our local polls that we've been conducting or reaching out on. We, as a task force member and a representative for the community, we're really looking at an increase in heightening response to the MMIW. Or that's how we really bring attention to those cases that we come upon in our information, such as the media that we've been doing research on 4,000 articles that were recovered, and how we've been categorizing those and separating those in comparison to what our information is going to conclude on those topics. Responsive action is needed. That's another input that's been given to us from community members or different entities or advocacy groups, and utilizing our federal resources and what we have available in that level, and really promoting and developing those resources as well for the community. And a really important section of that, of my notes here, was really having the tribal representation involved. And Kara's been really great about really associating our Indigenous representation on that level to, you know, our priority is to have this information accessible by our necessary authorities or necessary entities or necessary leadership that are in demand of that information and how the data is being collected. And so a lot of it's just the education point again. And I mean, before COVID-19 crisis, initially, the murder of missing Indigenous women and girls tragedy was and will remain and a large, I mean, an essential threat to the Indigenous communities. This extends beyond policy and delivery and to the very heart of the tribal cultures and societies. So a lot of what I've been working on is really just bringing the education and information to the community and the different entities and departments of like tribal crime data collection and how that's utilized. And a lot of our education towards the jurisdictional issues that are outlined in some of those reports. So again, my effort is on the collaboration effort level as far as just getting the different departments involved and trying to keep the momentum and motivation within those areas that we need to continue on with what this executive order really outlined for us in the beginning to create more protocols and information sharing and coordination efforts to better those areas. So I think that's about really a lot of what my notes here are stating, and a lot of it's going to be, again, I don't really want to repeat too much of what Kara covered. Again, it's the Wyoming Survey and Analysis Center update. She was able to really word that, and that's one of my colleagues, Dr. Emily Grant, who I've been working with on that, and pretty much what Kara had stated is what we're working on. Again, with the media coverage and the data and reaching out to the coroner, DCI, and other entities as far as what we're needing to better our information and data collection. So I think that's pretty much about it as far as covering what I've been working on so far with this COVID going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LeBeau. Committee, any questions for Ms. LeBeau? Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Latera, for your report. I appreciate your work on this. You talked about 3 subcommittees. Could you tell me what is the makeup, how many are tribal members that are on these committees?
Ms. LeBeau.
Yes, let me pull my list here. Some of those subcommittees, I can't specify where we really placed a lot of the individuals, but I did mention the stakeholder interview process that has been, I believe, submitted to a few of the tribal leaderships. I know I reached out to the Shoshone Business Council and the Northern Arapaho Business Council to get approval to move forward on these approval requests that we're needing to start conducting those family interviews. Some of the stakeholders that we reached out to, we have about 5 of them so far that gave us a response. Of course, some of them, a few of them are from the University of Wyoming, local police department, the Wind River Reservation Police Department. We have the Eastern Shoshone Victim Services that had reached out, and the Department of Family Services as well have been very responsive on that. Now we have a handful of other stakeholders that we'll be reaching out to. And I think as soon as we conduct these stakeholder interviews, we'll have a better idea of where to place them in those subcommittees. And a lot of the subcommittees that were created, such as the law enforcement, there was a large list of attendees in January and that joined us in a meeting at the round table and were able to sign up and put their contact information down. So we're hoping in the future, we can start to set up those Zoom meetings or phone conferences that are going to be necessary as far as who is going to be in operations of those different areas. So it's slowly but surely coming along as far as just getting the response from those different areas, such as the councils, the tribal councils, the different advocacy groups are already on board that I reached out before COVID took place. They were able to give us a good response on being open-minded and participating in our data and research and development of this task force. So again, it's coming together as far as with the COVID issue coming in. We're really trying to, I guess, squash that out and move forward on it as far as just reaching out via phone call or Zoom meeting like this one we're at today. So we have a good handful of people. So not too many, but we're looking for more as far as just the response from those areas.
Mrs. Chambers.
Sorry, I thought maybe there was a formal way for me to raise my hand, but I couldn't figure it out.
That was it. You figured it out.
Representative Clifford, thank you, Latera, for filling that in. And what I can do is I can actually send you a roster of our membership, but we have 17 different law enforcement contacts. We have your committee as far as a legislative, which is sort of an informal subgroup in my mind. We have 15 members on the official task force and 41 members that I have kind of combined the family and advocacy allies. I've entitled them allies, and we have 41 members of that. Of the allies, the vast majority are tribal. I would say it's probably closer to 70% are tribal members of that group. But I can provide you, and I don't always ask what affiliation per se, but if they self-identify and whatnot, but I would imagine you might recognize names. So at any rate, I can let you know that. But as far as those subgroups, yeah, it's all public, so I can send that to you.
So Ms. Chambers, if you would send those to Heather and she'll distribute them.
I can do that.
Follow up, Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Chairman. A follow-up question, Kara. So somebody missed the opportunity or unfortunately became a victim of an MIW or MMIP situation. Is there a procedure or protocol or call out how you get efforts to recruit more people that may have missed the January meeting or missed all these meetings, but how you're recruiting for potential new people that might want to join these efforts?
Mrs. Chambers.
Thank you, Chairman Larson, Representative Clifford. So two things. One of the good ways, or not good ways, one of the helpful things about the fact that I am the director of the Division of Victim Services is that we fund 62 different victim service providers across our state. So one mechanism is through normal victim advocacy channels. For example, that is how we were aware initially of Jocelyn Watt, for example, because we received, the law enforcement report and crime victims compensation. So in one respect, we have advocates in the field who would flag those for a variety of reasons. First and foremost, beyond the work of the task force, is to make sure that we have a wraparound services for the family and victims. So kind of more of the victim services mission would be how we would serve those individuals and become aware. On the other side, as far as eliciting testimonies and narratives, I have, because again, kind of cognizant of my role, stepped back and let the community, like Latera has been very instrumental in finding those families. Jordan Dresser, who I've referenced a couple times because he's there, is able to sort of put out community feelers. But really, it's been very word of mouth. If there are new incidences, I'm probably going to hear about them through the regular victim services channels. But as far as older instances, we've really just relied on sort of making sure that the community is aware that there is a task force and have, my whole goal is that all doors are open. If someone goes to someone and wants to know more information, that somehow all doors will lead back to the task force in one capacity or the other. And so that's really how we've accomplished it thus far. And I hope that answered your question.
So Kara, with where you started this process and this project, are you where you thought you would be? Are you ahead of schedule? Are you behind? Tell us where you are, and you know, setting COVID aside, where do you think you're at, and what can this committee do to assist in this effort?
Thank you, Chairman Larson. I don't know that I can set COVID aside because it really has disproportionately impacted the reservation. And so I can't, I can't say where we would be, and honestly being very sensitive to the fact that the COVID crisis and the health concerns take precedent before any work that a government task force has to accomplish. But I would say we're off track by 6 months with the research project, but that is absolutely because of COVID. So we're behind schedule on that. But as far as the family project and the I keep calling it the art project, the documentary, I think that's very much on track. I mean, it has been a little bit delayed, but we still, everything that Jordan and Caldera have told me is that that's on track. As far as what a legislative committee or support could do with this task force, that's sort of why I preface those comments about I have to be cognizant again of our role as a colonial government entity. I don't want to necessarily drive the bus. I need to be told, and I need to hear, and I view my role as the chair as to try to facilitate whatever I can. But I view, I don't have a specific goal for your committee per se, but I think it's wonderful that you keep this task force on your agenda and that you check in with us and that we can let you know. But as far as next steps and moving forward, that's very much not driven by my agency. It's going to have to be driven by the community. And I just try to listen and do what I can to help. So again, another wishy-washy answer.
Okay. Representative Clifford.
And just another follow-up. And I'll probably have to talk to you more in private, Kara, but just for transparency, we have some of our elected tribal leaders on the call, and just because we're kind of a honorary or part of the task force, the Tribal Relations Committee members here, there is some concern about personnel conflicts, not wanting to be involved because of past conflicts, but I'll talk with you privately about that. I had some constituents' concerns, and we have all those personality conflicts and whatnot, but I don't want that to heed from people wanting to participate, and especially those important families who are, the victims' families as well. And so I just want to make sure that we're inclusive, that we're including everybody, and are there procedures to address that and mitigate that so everybody is involved that wants to be involved? Thank you.
Chairman Larson, Representative Clifford, I'm peripherally aware of what you're referring to, and it's been tricky for me personally to navigate, but trying to put those issues on the table and say, try to coordinate whoever's comfortable speaking, trying to find out whoever the families are comfortable speaking with, that's who they speak with, and not ever trying to contrive a situation. And also me being very aware of the fact that I'm not on the reservation and that I can't even begin to understand all the dynamics. And so I find myself stumbling on occasion with not knowing how to, not even being aware of literally centuries worth of trauma that I may have unintentionally uncovered and, you know, scratched at a wound, picked at a scab, if you will. But but on the same respect, to answer your question, I try as victim services to be that sort of neutral in a sense that, you know, we just serve victims. You know, I'm not looking, you know, and hopefully working with my division, there aren't some of those past maybe personality conflicts or maybe some other dynamics, and you know, we just try to go that way. But maybe more specifically, there are some things that, yeah, there are some families who I'm not aware of or who haven't come forward because of who we've worked with in the past or who we've maybe more publicly worked with, and that might be hindering people from coming forward. And I don't know entirely how to address that, but I am cognizant of that. But would be open for suggestions. And you're right, maybe this is a broader conversation, you know, offline on how to do that. But I think if you wanted to send me names or concerns, obviously very receptive to that.
Follow up.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for your comments. And we'll talk more offline. And I guess my suggestion would be, well, a comment first, and then I'll have a suggestion.
Question.
Yeah, unfortunately, MMIP and MMIW, nobody owns it. Unfortunately, it goes across a vast array of families here on the reservation. And so we need to be inclusive as possible. So I would suggest, you know, that we make sure our tribal leaders are at the table, that they're aware of the processes. I mean, there are elected, you know, both tribal members elect them to represent tribal membership. And so I just wanted to state that as part of the inclusiveness and making sure that everybody's voices are heard and can participate, that want to participate. Thank you.
Wouldn't you agree?
That was the question. Yes, I would agree. And
We do
Mr.
need
Chairman,
the
if I may, just one additional thing that Representative Clifford's comments triggered in me is part of the YSAC research, which is trying to identify all of the instances, was they're in the process of receiving letters of support and affirmation from both councils. So I know YSAC has reached out to them, and that's another avenue. And I also view that YSAC's work, again, kind of more of a neutral, hopefully they're getting those names. So thank you. I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And maybe this is more clarity from the chairman. But first off, thank you, Ms. Chambers and LeBeau on your reports. I think it's been remarkable progress, even in the face of COVID. My question and Kara, I think you kind of touched on it, but in these, we're going to be facing budget cuts, and I do not want this program to get cut. It's too important of work that you've started, and it needs to continue. And you mentioned, Ms. Chambers, as far as the 300,000. So is that in jeopardy, something that during the session we should be looking for to help with? And just that's I think what I'm concerned about. And if you just touch on that, I know time is limited here, but I'm curious about that.
Go ahead, Mrs. Chambers. Kara, please.
Chairman Larson, Representative Sweeney, thank you for asking that. You're probably aware that Governor Gordon has requested reductions from state agencies. I am part of a state agency. You were probably also aware that there were about 3 agencies that did not have to make the full initial cut, the first initial 10%. And the Attorney General's office was one of those. And the reason we were one of those is that the governor declined to cut victim services. So I feel very scared saying this on a Zoom meeting with, but he acknowledges that is not where we need to balance our budget on the backs of vulnerable individuals. And so we're very appreciative of him for that. So thus far, our funding is secure. The 300,000 that I referred to is a combination of state and federal funds, and it is secure. That amount is secure. You're right, moving forward, the whole state is facing a budget situation, and so I can't foresee what's going to happen. Of course, if the legislature wants to give us more money, we will take it. But we acknowledge that these are tough times. And thus far, you know, and I'm always scared to say this on a public meeting, but knock on wood, so far we've been very fortunate. The cuts that I have made, the first cuts that I ever make are to my division and us first, before we would ever consider cutting any funding that touches victims. And so we've been really, really fortunate to be able to do it that way. We do benefit from the surcharge account, which is criminal fines and fees. And then the lion's share of our federal funding are from criminal fines and fees, so not tax dollars. So that's a good thing. And we're pretty confident that those levels, while they did see a drop during the early stages of the pandemic, those have recovered. And so we feel very secure. In fact, I just did an analysis of our surcharge account, and we're fairly back on track for where we should be in the third quarter. So I appreciate your concerns, Representative Sweeney, but I do feel that we're fairly well funded, depending on what the task force wants to move forward with. We'll obviously have to look at it. This is a very large amount for this documentary, but we feel that it will pay dividends because it is an awareness piece. And I'm very excited by this. These are people who have been nominated for Emmys in their field, who we can just really, really get a focus on our issue. And I just really, I have to humble brag. I think Wyoming's going to come out as a leader on this issue. And it's due the work of all of you and Governor Gordon, and just, you know, the folks who are on the ground, boots on the ground, like Laterra. And so I'm just very proud, but I do feel that our funding, to wrap it back up, I do feel our funding is okay for now.
Okay, folks, we're going to move along. Representative Sweeney, follow up shortly, please.
Yep.
Please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that. And one last comment on the documentary. I don't know if any of the members are following the production and segments on this very issue on the program starring Kevin Costner, Yellowstone. And I don't know if there's a tie-in for money or anything. Some of the segments are probably not appropriate, but I've found it very interesting, and they have done I think a great job on that program, shedding the light on this very issue and problem. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So committee, before we move along, we have got to be more diligent in refraining from our comments and ask questions so that we can become informed and not bloviate or express opinions. And because we continue to get further behind, we've got an agenda that we need to, you can send us your thoughts and comments in an email. So thank you, Ms. Chambers, Ms. LeBeau, Laterra, thank you. Please keep up the good work. We'll help all we can. Colonel Haller, we've got a handout from the Highway Department regarding the Amber Alert responses that we've had. Would really appreciate, I think that this is correct me, but I believe that this is somewhat a result of the legislation that we passed last year. Would like your thoughts on that and how what that legislation done to accommodate this.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good to talk with you again. Yes, sir. This is in compliance to the MMIP legislation that was passed. And to fulfill those requirements, the information was passed on to the Division of Criminal Investigation. But having said that, we did want to provide the committee with some information on what happened this last state fiscal year. In total, 3 separate Amber Alert activations were performed. A total of 6 children were safely recovered, ranging in age from 3 months to 14 years of age. 5 were Native American. 1 was Hispanic. 4 of these children were female and 2 were male. And Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, I would open it up to any questions.
Questions, committee? Okay, thank you. We're going to move along then on committee. What I think we're going to do here, we are just, we're over an hour behind on our schedule here this morning. We're going to take about a 5-minute break. Please go get your lunch ready because we're going to work through lunch. It's the only way we're going to get caught up, and I see some extended public comments at the end of our day today. If you, during the course of the day, if you need to check out, use the bathroom or whatever, where you're at, just please stop your video and mute yourself until you come back. But we've got to make up some lost ground. So Mr. True, I know that you've got to leave here shortly. We're going to take a quick break, then we'll come back on Brucellosis and you'll be first up on the board. So also let's take about 5 minutes, please. We got everybody. We got hi, Senator Dalton. Is it you and I? Nope. Yes.
And it's right here. So it's already at 100. And this is it right here. And this is to me. Right here. Okay.
Representative Sweeney. Thanks, Pat.
I turned off the video. Right
We don't have Representative Clifford back or there we go. Thanks, Sandy. We're back. We have a quorum back. We'd like to shift over to the discussion on brucellosis containment on elk lands. Before we do, just one housekeeping item would remind the committee to please check their email. Kathy Barrett has sent us out a reimbursement form that if we could get those filled out and back to her. I know that it's always a challenge for her to get those in. So, Director True, we've got you here, and I know that you have to leave. Could we get you on and have you kind of give us an update on the brucellosis discussion we've had with the being discovered with elk here on the reservation and some of the progress we're making there?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
I can.
I seem to have lost my video, but that will be no damage to any of you. You won't have to look at me while I speak here. I would like to thank the committee again for inviting us in. And I do have to leave shortly. I would suggest if you have any scientific questions or comments, Dr. Logan is available. And there'll be some interesting probably presentations or comments from your other folks on the topic. Quickly, just an overview of the Livestock Board and our look at this. Of course, Dr. Logan's office as the state vet is tasked with maintaining as best control as possible of brucellosis, which is, of course, an endemic disease in our wildlife in the state. But I do want to preface any comments or any questions I may answer with the way we look at the reservation producers is just Wyoming producers, just like everybody else we work with in the state. And so our goal is to protect reservation producers and states producers from any other potential market restrictions we could get from other states or reactions to disease activity.
Director True.
Yes, sir.
Just want to clarify, when you talk about producers, you're talking about livestock producers.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for poking me with that. Zoom meetings are a little bit like what I've heard being in the military may be like, hours of boredom and then interspersed with moments of sheer terror when all of a sudden you're on. So here we are. Yes, I'm talking to livestock producers, mostly and particularly in brucellosis cattle producers. So we do have many cattle producers within the state. Quickly, an update for the committee and the councils. You may have noticed that in the last recent time, we had a brucellosis area of concern in Bighorn and Sheridan counties, which had been reduced to 3 hunt areas in Bighorn. That area of concern, due to the studies over the past several years and no positive cases, is now, Dr. Logan brought that to the board to take away the area of concern. They voted to do so, and the governor signed a letter enabling that. So now we have the designated surveillance area, remains the same. And we've had a little concern, or
not concern, but interest in the reservation due to some testing a few years ago, which I believe Pat Angelica and Dr. Logan will visit about. And so again, that's where our discussion came with the producers, both on and off the reservation, is that how do we manage this in an effort not to subject anybody to any potential restrictions from other states. Previously, that area of concern had harbored some restrictions from Montana and the two Dakotas on movement of cattle from those areas. And with those, the area of concern being dismantled, we now do not have those restrictions on movement of marketing of cattle into those states. That's a place where we want to remain going forward. So that's the genesis of all of our conversation is not any separate issues, but the same endemic wildlife travels in and out of the reservation that carries this disease. And so we kind of want to maintain our oversight of the disease and its actions in that fashion on the reservation. I think that is the bulk of where I am at. The chairman and co-chairman Ellis, you may remember the communications that we carried back and forth during the time that the two tribes were bringing on some bison to the reservation. We think that's great. We have no interest in intervening in any way with their bison other than to make sure that the management groups of those herds are aware of the risks available, as bison is also a carrier, can be a carrier of the brucellosis virus or bacteria. So that's our interest there, is we just want to make sure that management is aware of what the risks are and what the things that they should do to protect their bison, and both in the past and in the future. And we've had good conversations with both tribes on that issue as those bison were introduced. So we want to continue that with the business counselors and the tribal councils and the committee and the governor's office as we go along to keep track of that and be able to offer any advice or consultation we can on managing that those herds and those diseases. So with that, Mr. Chairman, and due to the fact that I do need to leave here shortly, I would offer to answer any questions you may have for me. And again, make sure that you can defer any scientific questions to Dr. Logan, who is on the call as well.
Thank you. Committee, any questions for Director True? Director, I just have one. I had at my head, that last time we had this discussion, Mr. Lawson was here, and I think Superintendent Shakespeare is here, and I think that we was trying to work through some MOUs to provide testing, make sure that was done. Maybe this is a scientific question for Jim, but do we have everything in place there that allows us to monitor like we are in the rest of the state?
Mr. Chairman, I think Jim would be able to touch on the conversations with the APHIS, USDA APHIS, Animal Plant Division, on the testing that they have discussed. We did meet with the councils a couple times in 2019 regarding that. And then, of course, everybody's world turned upside down in the spring and we weren't able to continue those conversations. I would mention that I had a great most of one day or most of one afternoon meeting with Trish Perry and the Range Cons, with Ernie Lawson and the other folks there, regarding both some brand inspection issues and some brucellosis issues, and working through the grazing agreement. And Superintendent Shakespeare had reached out to me prior to this spring's events about continuing those conversations, and we still look forward to doing that. So that would be my response to that, and I would certainly defer to Dr. Logan if he wants to add on to that.
Dr. Logan?
Thank
We got to unmute you here, Jim. There we go.
Okay, sorry about that. As far as discussions with USDA APHIS, APHIS, the area veterinarian in charge, Dr. Don Beckett, and I, and our assistant AVIC, Dr. Morgan Hennessy, and I have visited with Pat Anelka with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services about the possibility of working on some funding for the possibility of testing there on the reservation in both elk and in cattle. And obviously, anything along those lines is going to require tribal council involvement and permission, and certainly we welcome that. But my job is to assure that Wyoming stays brucellosis class free, and as Director True stated, that includes the reservation. We don't look at the reservation cattle producers or bison producers any differently than we do anybody else in the rest of the state. And the Livestock Board's goal and mission is to try to prevent any type of disease incursion into their herds.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Superintendent Shakespeare, is there anything else we need to do in the Bureau's opinion? Are we doing everything that we need to make sure we have the agreements, or are agreements needed? Just want to make sure that we're not stumbling over some regulatory thing here that we've overlooked.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, our primary role is to carry out the federal trust treaty and other responsibilities serving tribes, particularly here on the Wind River Reservation for both Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho. And part of that, we do have direct services for our Natural Resources Department. I know earlier in this discussion and yesterday, the term 638 has come up a couple of times. I just want to clarify that for the members of the committee and the members of the audience here, so they're aware of that before I proceed my comments, as it directly relates to the tribal fishing game. 638 is actually is Public Law 93-638, and it's a contracting and self-governing compacting process that's authorized under the Indian Self-Determination Education Act of 1975. And so for the area of wildlife and parks management, the tribes of Wind River have entered into a contract to provide those direct services. And all the Bureau does at this point in time is monitor the budgetary process for that program, as well as a program review. And one of the tenets of their contracting that is they want to ensure proper fish and wildlife management and protection on the Wind River Reservation, and as well as participate and utilize its funds in preserving and developing valuable natural resources. So Director Lawson of the Tribal Fish and Game has the management and oversight for this direct services for the wildlife. So he'd be the one to be the point of contact in this area. However, it is still a function of the Bureau as oversight to make sure that program is running smoothly and correctly. So, yes and no, who the point of contact is on who's operating this program, but we at the Bureau do monitor it and appreciate being a part of this conversation. And just from my perspective, over the past couple of weeks, or I should say months, I do designate the field days, and I've been all over the ranges on the reservation, from the Wind River Range out through the Owl Creeks from one end to the other. And I observe these elk herds in different portions of different parts of the mountain ranges. And I know they know no boundaries, and they go back and forth from the Wind River Range over to the Pinedale area, and then on the Owl Creeks from, on the reservation land to BLM, to state land, to private land. So they're moving quite constantly throughout the year. And so we know that if they have any type of disease such as brucellosis, that it needs to be a coordinated effort, not only with our federal partners, but as well as the state and tribal officials as well, to make sure that any issue is addressed appropriately. And so I would leave my comments at that and kind of defer over to Director Lawson for his management activities.
Thank you, Superintendent Shakespeare. Art, if you could help us out here in please, I just, one of the questions that I have is still just want to make sure that we don't have some regulatory snare there that we're hung up in the effort between the state and the tribe in monitoring that is able to proceed forward without any problems. And if there are some, help us to know what it is we need to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the committee for having me today. The biggest thing that we have to do is get with Pat Nilica, our U.S. Fish and Wildlife biologist, of the study of our brucellosis and everything else that happens on the reservation. We go forward with that. We meet with him, and then we proceed with meeting with the councils and getting their approval of any other studies or anything else that we do on the reservation between elk, grizzly bears, wolverines. So the protocol would be to sit down and get with Pat and go further with him on what's the best situation for the tribes and the livestock industry, and then get a final approval through both intertribal council.
Okay. Any questions, committee, for Mr. Lawson? Mr. Nilica, if you're on, and I see we've got a presentation, some slides from you, committee, in your meeting materials, if you can kind of wind those 2 or 3 comments up, and let me just say thanks for being here with us today. Carry on, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate your interest and the committee's interest and all the participants in this topic. In the interest of time, I have maybe about a 10-minute PowerPoint. Does that work with your schedule? Sure. Okay. Just to give you a little background, I've worked with Fish and Wildlife Service as a project leader and a wildlife biologist. We've assisted the tribes here, Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho, on Wind River since the 40s, with all things fish and wildlife related. And of course, today we're talking about brucellosis and elk, and that's one of the areas that we help the tribes with. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, Mr. Chairman, and please let me know if something isn't working.
Okay.
I'll see if I can find my PowerPoint here. Here we go. Are folks able to see the screen?
Yes, we're good.
Okay, excellent. All right, so okay, has Mr. Chairman, has the first slide come up?
It has. Wind River Reservation Deer and Elk Migration Study.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So the reason why this issue of brucellosis has come to light is because of 2 studies that we started in 2018 in cooperation with the tribal councils, the Tribal Fish and Game, and all the other folks that you see listed on that list. It's been a really productive study looking at migration of elk and deer on the reservation, and of course off the reservation, as Mr. Shakespeare had indicated. These animals do not, obey, so to speak, jurisdictional boundaries, and so they're moving on and off the reservation. And so the image that I'm showing actually shows deer. We collared about 115 deer and about 85 elk in 2018, 19, and 20. And again, this imagery shows deer because we were using this blue helicopter that casts a net and snares an animal. Muggers jump out and they capture that animal. For deer, we were bringing them back to a processing site here, as you can see. For elk, they were just done remotely. They were not slung back. But I just wanted to show this image to give you an idea of how this method works. And of course, we were interested in capturing elk and attaching radio collars to these animals so we could see their daily movements and their annual movements, where they were going to. We also secondarily looked at survival rates, as well as pregnancy and brucellosis. And so this was the first time this had ever been done on the reservation. So one point that I do want to make is that brucellosis is probably not something, even though it's something that's newly come to light, it probably has been in elk for many years. It's just that testing had never been done. And beginning in 2018, that was the first time that, as I said, had been done. And so it's come to light. For those that aren't familiar with the reservation, just wanted to show some quick imagery. This is typical winter range for elk, grasslands in the upper right, and also grass sagebrush mix foothills in the lower left. The reservation is blessed with hundreds of thousands of acres of winter and summer range for elk, and so it's very much intact. It's just an incredible place for many species of wildlife. And so again, this is typical winter range here. You'll see groups of elk anywhere from 50 to, in the thousands concentrated together. But fortunately on the reservation, there is not any kind of feed ground situation. These elk can wander over great areas and are not heavily concentrated a lot of times. Summer range, you can see this is the Wind River Mountains, and these animals like to move up elevationally and summer in these high alpine areas, even up on these rocks up here as well. Additionally, they like to use these mid-slope areas where there's various wet meadows and so on. They'll use these areas in the spring and fall and calve in these areas as well. So brucellosis in elk, just to give folks a little background, it was the Brucella bacteria was introduced to elk from livestock back around Civil War days, 1860s. It was first detected in elk in the 30s. Typically, elk cows will abort their first calf if they're infected with brucellosis about 60% of the time. But in elk, it's not a limiting thing. It doesn't, there's not a great concern with brucellosis affecting the population of elk. The way that we look at the prevalence of this bacteria is through what's called seroprevalence, and that's actually looking at antibodies in the animal. So it just means that the animal's been exposed. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's currently infective. It just means that it has antibodies, it's been exposed, and we're able to detect that. And of course, on feed grounds where you have concentrated numbers of animals, you've got higher rates. And again, feed grounds, say over in the Pinedale area, it's averaging over 30%. So as far as testing on the reservation, again, we just began this in 2018. 2019 is the first year that we were able to detect any brucellosis. As you can see in this image, the number that we have tested through capture, through the hands-on handling of these animals and radio collaring is 84 over the course of 3 years. We've also, through the help with the Wyoming State Vet Lab, they have provided hunter sample kits to the tribes, and we have distributed those in 2019. About 150 kits were given out. We only got 3 samples back from successful hunters, so pretty low return rate. In total, that's 87 tests over the 3 years, of which 3 tested positive, which means between 3 and 4% of the elk tested positive through antibodies for brucella. This image just shows a map of the reservation and all the elk that have been collared and their capture locations indicated by these green circles right here. And so, and then these spaghetti-ish looking lines are all the movements of these captured elk over the course of a couple of years. And so what you can see is that the elk pretty much stay on the reservation to a large degree. They're wintering down lower on the Wind River side, but then they'll move up elevationally into this higher country. And then likewise over here, there is movement off of the reservation up into the Wiggins Fork area, into the Wiggins Fork herd and the DuBois area and so on. So just wanted to give you just kind of an overview of where these animals are going. Fortunately, we haven't seen any movement over onto the Pinedale side. Again, the Pinedale side is where feed grounds are at, and there's more likelihood of contracting brucellosis amongst elk. This image just shows the brucellosis rates in these surrounding herds. Again, the reservation, the limited testing that we've done is less than 4% are testing positive. You've got the Gooseberry herd to the north is 23%, Wiggins Fork herd about 15%, Pinedale herd about 30%. And this has come from the Wyoming State Vet Lab and all the work that they're, and the Livestock Board and all the work that they're doing there as well. This next image just shows where the 3 elk that had tested positive in 2019 were located. One just on the reservation, just outside of Lander, one in the Bull Lake area near Crowheart, and then one up the East Fork nearer to DuBois. And so I just have a couple more slides, Mr. Chairman, and just wanted to drill down and show you some of the movements of those 3 particular elk that tested positive and the fates of those animals. So this is a cow elk, adult cow elk in that lowest star that you saw. So here's the North Fork of the Poposia. Here's Ray Lake and the Fort Washakie area. Lander would be located over here. This animal was captured on Winter Range around this area, Cedar Mountain, or Cedar Butte rather. And she was harvested by a tribal hunter in this Bald Mountain Dickinson Park area. The reservation boundary roughly runs right through here. So that fall in 2019, she was removed from the population by a tribal hunter. The second elk that tested positive in the Bull Lake Crowheart area, again, she tested positive in March of 2014. She was captured down in these foothills by Bull Lake and then died from some disease. We don't know what yet. We're still pending CWD testing results. Don't know if it was related to brucellosis either, but she died up in this Crow Mountain area just a couple weeks ago. So she also has been removed from the population. One thing I did want to point out too is what's interesting is that this elk has never been associated with any of this ag field area around the Crowheart area. And if you noticed on the previous slide, that was the same for that particular cow. She was never associated with any of the lower ag field areas where you might get some commingling of livestock and elk. So those are all good things. The last elk was in the East Fork area. She was captured here on the reservation and then would summer off of the reservation. Her collar stopped transmitting the end of March of this year, so her fate is uncertain at this time. We don't know where she's at, but sometimes these collars do that, and then all of a sudden they'll come back online. As for the future, we do not have any additional funding for any hands-on captures. Dr. Logan had mentioned that earlier, that we had met with Dr. Hennessy and Dr. Beckett to discuss some potential funding options. So that may be in the works through APHIS. In cooperation with the Tribal Fish and Game, we'll also continue to distribute hunter sample kits. Again, the return rate is pretty low. We had talked about providing a cash incentive to tribal hunters to see if we couldn't increase that return rate of those sample kits. And again, that funding might potentially come through APHIS. So with that, Mr. Chairman, that was all I had. I'd be happy to answer any questions, or we can do that later, whatever you'd like me to do.
I think take us back out of your screen and then we'll just ask committee if they've got any questions for you, Pat.
Okay.
Committee, any committee, I can't see Olivia. He's working on getting there. There we are.
Sorry
Committee,
about that.
any questions for Mr. Nalika? Okay, we're gonna, I think we've got Mr. King here from, and Mr. Edwards both, Richard and Hank from the Game and Fish Department. Just would like you to join in the conversation and any suggestions you might have for this committee or observations that would better inform us, please.
Sure. Thanks, Chairman Larson. This is Richard King with Game and Fish. And I'll just quickly introduce Hank Edwards and turn the time over to him. Hank's our manager of the Game and Fish's Wildlife Lab in Laramie. So with that, I'll turn it over to Hank.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards, please. I'm going to have to either revert to sign language or we got to figure something out here, Hank. Sounds like you're there.
Can you hear me now?
I can. Thank you.
Very good. Sorry for the problem. So anyway, I have a short presentation. It's about 10 slides. It'll provide some background to what Pat Nelica has already provided, and there will be some duplication, so it should be quite short.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Let me share my screen. Can you see that?
You can see it now. We got those cows looking at us.
Very good. How does that look?
Perfect.
Very good. So again, my name is Hank Edwards. I run the Wildlife Health Laboratory here in Laramie, and Pat Nelica made a few reference to the Wyoming State Veterinary Laboratory. And actually it's the Wyoming Game and Fish Department that collaborates quite a bit with Pat in trying to get brucellosis surveillance done across the state. We're situated within the Wyoming State Veterinary Laboratory, so it's a common mistake. But nonetheless, I'm going to describe for you our program on brucellosis surveillance across the state. So obviously our goal is to monitor brucellosis, and we do that two ways. We monitor brucellosis on our feed grounds, and we also monitor brucellosis outside of our feed grounds. So to monitor off the feed grounds, we send between 8,000 and 9,000 blood collection kits to hunters that are successful in getting a license within our targeted areas. In addition, we hand out blood collection kits anytime that our field personnel make contact with some of those hunters. That results in about 1,200 to 1,400 samples that are returned to the laboratory. And with our hunters, it's about a 32% return rate. So that's 32% of hunters who are successful take the time to collect a sample and submit that to the laboratory. In addition, our program is geared to do statewide coverage of all elk hunt areas outside of our known endemic areas every 4 to 5 years. So we are constantly monitoring the distribution of brucellosis across the entire state. we've been doing this for almost 30 years now, and we've looked at almost 18,000 samples over the course of the years. So here's a blood collection kit that Pat was referring to. We've distributed these to Pat for many years, and it's simply a blood tube that we ask when a hunter harvests its animal to go ahead and fill that blood tube with blood, wrap it in a paper towel, throw it in a plastic bag. That keeps the post office happy. Fill out the data sheet and just submit that back to the laboratory. As many of you are aware, we have our feed ground areas there in the green. The DSA border is outlined here in red. And then we continually monitor those herd units. So the Clark's Fork, the Cody, the Gooseberry, Wiggins Fork, and et cetera. We monitor those every year. Again, our goal here is to monitor how much brucellosis, if any, spills outside of that DSA border. And then, of course, like I mentioned, we also hit the rest of the hunt areas across the state. So this is an example of our 2020 surveillance. So all those hunt areas that are outlined in orange, those hunters, a portion of those hunters will receive a blood collection kit in the mail. So again, we're hitting those hunt areas surrounding the DSA border. We're doing some surveillance within the DSA. That's how we continually monitor what the prevalence is. And then finally, those areas that Director True mentioned around the bighorns, where we had found some positives several years ago, we continue to monitor that just to see if any brucellosis should reoccur there. So this was alluded to by Pat, and this gives you a little more detail. So this is prevalence over the last 5 years, or at least in 5-year groups, as you can see at the bottom of the page. So there's quite a difference between our northern herd units, which would be the Clark's Fork, the Cody, the Gooseberry, and the Wiggins Fork. On average, when you combine all those, our seroprevalence is around 12.6%. Contrast that to the southern herd units, which is South Wind River, Steamboat, and West Green River. Our prevalence is much, much lower, bounces right around between 3 and 0%. So there's a bit more brucellosis in those northern herd units. And if we look at those in detail, again, this is providing a little more detail to what Pat presented. The Clark's Fork in the far northern section, prevalence in that Clark's Fork is quite low. It's outlined here in the blue lines. It's at 2.1%. The Cody herd unit is black here in the line, and that is 11%. Like you mentioned, when you get to the Gooseberry unit, which just lies north of the reservation, prevalence is much higher, right around 23%, as opposed to the Wiggins Fork itself is about 2.1% as a herd unit as a whole. I know Pat said on the reservation it was 3.4%, but on the herd unit as a whole, it's sitting at about 2.1%. So you can see there's quite a bit of brucellosis that surrounds the reservation. I'm sure you're all aware of that, but between the feed grounds and then those herd units that lie to the north, there's a fair amount of brucellosis. I won't go into this too much because Pat's already talked on it, but I will say that it's part of our Chapter 33 permitting process that whenever university researchers or any researcher is handling cervids, that they collect a blood sample and submit it to the laboratory. Again, that's how we monitor this disease across the state. Again, not much to say here that Pat already hasn't. Here's our positives. And you can see that there's also positives in that study that occurred outside the reservation. If you look up on the northwestern corner, you'll see those 2 positives just on the border there. And I'm going to end with this slide. This slide indicates all those hunt areas where we have found brucellosis over the years. The vast majority of our brucellosis occurs within the DSA border, but there are certainly scattered positives that occur outside that border, but they are relatively rare. I think, as Pat alluded to, we certainly need more surveillance from the Wind River Indian Reservation, and we are more than happy to continue to provide blood collection kits, all the testing, all the costs that are associated with trying to get samples from those hunter harvested elk. And we're very eager to collaborate in any way that we can. All right, that is all that I have on my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Committee, any questions for Mr. Edwards? Okay. Time for public comment. Any public comment? Do we have any, Heather, do we have any scheduled public comment on this topic?
Mr. Chairman, we do, and I am trying to open the right screen to see if the person is here.
What she's
No,
doing,
no, Mr. Chairman, it is on the next topic. There's
Okay.
not on this topic.
Committee, I think that this has been brought to our attention just because, largely because of the impact it has on cattle production, not just here in Fremont County, but statewide, if we should happen to see some infection from the elk population into the cattle herds and buffalo herds. So we've kind of watched that. It appears that they've got a pretty good hold on it. I don't know. We'll monitor this moving forward and see how much more involvement and committee time we will take in the future. So our next topic of a discussion is the off-reservation hunting. As you'll recall, we had the conversation last fall, and we had with the folks from the Shoshone tribe and the Shoshone-Bannock tribe who came over to tell us how that's worked in the Shoshone-Bannock tribe. And then we also had some discussion on the development of the Herrera v. Wyoming case and how potentially that, if memory serves me correct, that all of the requirements of that case had not been resolved. And so I think what we'd like to do is turn that over to Mr. King again and have him kind of bring us up to speed on this effort here on off-reservation hunting. You were working with Mr. Lawson and also the Shoshone Tribes designated group.
Sure, Chairman Larson, thank you. I'll just give you a quick overview of where we're at with the Herrera case. So this is kind of a 30,000 foot starting point. Most of you probably recognize that Clavin Herrera, a member of the Crow tribe in Montana, was cited in 2014 for 2 state wildlife violations, one for taking a big game animal during a closed season, and also for taking a big game animal without a license. Mr. Herrera appealed that decision as it moved through the courts. He was convicted in a state court of those violations, but appealed on up to the Supreme Court. And in 2019, the Supreme Court in a 5-4 decision remanded the case back to the state of Wyoming to decide on a couple of issues in the case. In June of this year, the Sheridan County Circuit Court determined that Mr. Herrera was precluded from relitigating the 2 issues in the case because they were previously decided by the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals against the Crow tribe in a 1995 case. That was the Repsis case. The court ruled that the tribe had a full and fair opportunity to litigate their issues there during the Repsis case. So that decision came from the Sheridan County Circuit Court, and I understand that Mr. Herrera has appealed that. He's working with Holland and Hart on a pro bono case, and they have filed an appeal to that decision. I haven't seen that appeal yet, but that decision has been appealed. So long story short, we're still basically at the same place we were when this all started. We still continue to enforce our state hunting laws on the Bighorn National Forest. And there's still quite a bit of court legal challenges to work through as we move ahead. And I'll just tell you, I'm gonna throw out the disclaimer that I'm not an attorney, and that Sheridan County Circuit Court case, which I believe was attached to your committee agenda minutes, it is really a pretty heavy document. And if you tried to read through those 33 pages or so, you'll see right away that that's a law degree would be pretty helpful in working through some of the issues that are identified in that case. So with that, we're still, in terms of the Crow tribe, we're still maintaining our ability to enforce our state regulations with the tribe at this point.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions for Mr. King? Committee's gone silent on me. So I have one, Mr. King. You just can you give us an idea of some of the outlying issues that have not been resolved?
Sure. So there were really two issues in the Herrera case, aside from the pretty complex issue of the preclusion and relitigation. One deals with the definition of occupied lands. So the Crow Treaty Right dealt with whether or not the tribe had the right to hunt on unoccupied lands of the United States. And there's still some lingering issues to potentially resolve out there about the definition of occupied or unoccupied, and whether the entire national forest, Bighorn National Forest, is occupied or unoccupied. There's also the need for a determination about the state's ability to regulate tribal hunting due to a conservation need. So as you know, wildlife management in the state is done through careful research and management, and then regulated harvest. And we maintain that our ability to maintain sound, healthy wildlife populations really is precipitated upon our ability to have regulations in place that regulate and control the take of wildlife. So those are the two issues that are out there that, as this moves forward, those are two issues that potentially could be next up to work through in terms of the court process.
So, Mr. King, we also, at the last, at our fall meeting, when you folks were here, we had the selection committee from the Shoshone tribe, and we'd had the Shombanek tribe here, and as well as Mr. Lawson. And your department had suggested that you were having some discussions on how, if off-reservation hunting was come to fruition, how that would look, and trying to get into place. Are those discussions continuing? Have they continued? Can you just give us an update on any of that?
Yeah, so I haven't participated in any conversations with the Eastern Shoshone or Northern Arapaho. We're certainly willing to visit with them, but I'm not aware that we've had any ongoing conversations. The Wind River Reservation, the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho are in a unique place. Like we've just heard, the reservation has phenomenal wildlife resources. And then of course, all the tribal members are state of Wyoming residents and have the opportunity to hunt off reservation through the process of applying for limited quota licenses or purchasing licenses over the counter for general hunt areas, just like anybody else in the state of Wyoming. So Wind River Reservation tribes are in a little different place than the Crow tribe, but again, long answer to your question. We're certainly willing to continue on some conversations, but I haven't been a part of any lately.
Okay. Okay. Questions, committee? Vice Chairman Snyder, I think I saw your hand. Do you have a question for Mr. King?
Not necessarily for Mr. King. Thank you, Vice Co-Chair Larson, for recognizing me. I just want to bring to the committee's attention that we do have our three of our members of our committee that was designated by our general counsel to work on this off-reservation hunting. And I believe Mike Garvin would like to make a comment. And so hopefully you'll provide him that opportunity, and hopefully an opportunity will be provided to our sister tribe, the Shoshone-Bannock. I see Mr. Devin Boyer is on, and I seen Randy L. Teton was on earlier. So if the committee would like that opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, we have them on the schedule.
Very good.
Thank you. Okay. If we could then, committee, unless I see some questions there, I'd like to see if we could bring Mr. Lawson back up. And Mr. Lawson, if you would, as you kind of just, again, in our meeting last fall, there was some indication that you were working on some potential processes and thoughts on how that all might look. If you could just kind of update us or tell us if that continues to move forward, then we'll get to Mr. Garvin and Chairman Boyer.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. We did have a meeting last fall. We were talking about moving forward with off-reservation hunting for the Shoshone tribe. We were going to have the committee that was selected by the Shoshone tribe get started and moving forward with that. So anything that they need or want to pursue with off-reservation hunting would go through my office and with them and the SBC, so we can move forward with that. But thanks to COVID, we haven't really done too many other meetings.
Can you remind me? But I thought that Fish and Game had indicated at that meeting that they were going to participate as well. Did I misunderstand that?
That we were going to participate? Yeah, we do it.
That they were going to participate with you.
Yeah, and we were do whatever we could move forward with it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Well, then that's Mr. Garvin. If we can let him in, and we welcome you back. Glad to have you here. We're interested to see what you guys have been working on.
Thank you, Co-Chairman Larson. My name is Michael Garvin, and I'm the Off-Reservation Committee member there. And I'd just like to make a comment that we have had 2 meetings with the Fish and Game, and we are working with the Fish and Game. And then, like Art Lawson said, this COVID set in. So just to sort of bring us up to a little bit of update is we're, as a committee, are in the process of drafting our off-reservation code. And our outlook is to look forward with and work with the State Fish and Game and Wildlife. And our reservation, we have current regulations also, so it's not like we're a lawless country out here. We are working on having our code up, which will more or less, I don't want to say, it's going to kind of coincide along with the state regulations, because we have a game code on the reservation. We have hunting seasons, we have laws, orange, hunter safety and all that. So when we draft this code up, we will work with the Fish and Game, and it will have the necessary provisions that, the state is going to require. So we are actually, I think we're going to start working back with the Fish and Game, now that this COVID is kind of opened up and you guys are having these meetings. So we're just, like I said, we're in the process of drafting, and we understand the law, or, you know, that this hasn't been totally settled in the Supreme Court. So again, I just wanted to say that, you know, we're wanting to move forward with the Fish and Game, and we have had a couple of meetings, and we're looking to go ahead and move forward with the Fish and Game on this off-reservation hunting. And the way our process as tribal law is going to work here is we're going to draft our code, and then we'll take it to our general counsel to, you know, questions just like your government, question, period, answer time. And then we'll take it to lawyers, we'll take it to our business council and make sure everything's there. And then we will present our code to, I don't know, this committee in the future, or whatever we have to do to move forward. So again, we're wanting to work with the state. We're not wanting a lawless society. And like I said, last fall, when we did have these meetings, that a lot of this is about upholding our treaty rights. And it's about subsistence hunting, you know, and so a lot of this determination is going to be, we're just trying to uphold our treaty rights. We're not trying to step on anybody's toes and do anything else. And we're just trying to uphold our treaty rights is our main thing. Also subsistence, you know, so this is just one step forward, and I appreciate you guys putting this on the agenda and having the time to discuss this with you guys. But we are looking forward to meeting with the Fish and Game, and we're going to start having monthly meetings, or I shouldn't say monthly. I want to correct that and say regularly scheduled meetings. So we are going to work with the Fish and Game on this, and I guess we need to all just sort of wait and see what the final outcome on this court cases is.
Michael, thank you. Question, Representative Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Garvin, I'm just wondering, the two sessions that you worked with the Fish and Game, was there any major obstacles or any obstacles at all? And if so, is there any way that you think this committee may be able to help you?
Oh, well, actually, the meetings that we did have, they were just unofficial because we didn't really have a quorum, so to speak. So we had unofficial meetings, and I think the state Fish and Game, I think we're all on the same page myself. You know, like I said, we're gonna have laws. We're gonna notify the Fish and Game if there is a tribal member that wants to hunt off the reservation. We will notify the Fish and Game. It's not like we're gonna just go out and start hunting. So we're gonna work closely with the Fish and Game on this deal. We want it to work just as well as everybody else does. And I think if we work closely together, and if we work together, I think we can make it work. I mean, I don't see any obstacles, and I don't think the Fish and Game had any real major obstacles that they were thinking about either. But yeah, well, and the Fish and Wildlife Service is also involved in this. And so we want to work with the state. We want to make it right. We want it to do we want a good thing here. We want to satisfy the state. We want to satisfy our people. And, you know, it's about a treaty that was signed, you know, in 1868, and we haven't had this opportunity. And so we're going to try to move forward on it.
Mr. Garvin, I just, for a matter of clarification, when you referenced that you met with the Fish and Game a couple of times, was that tribal or state Game and Fish?
It was both.
Both. Okay.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Garvin? Okay, I think we'd like to, we're really honored today to have Mr. Devin Boyer, who's chairman, I believe, of the Shoshone-Bannock tribe, who I believe was with us last fall as well here. And welcome, Mr. Chairman, and Look forward to hearing your thoughts and your comments. And again, welcome you. We're gonna. There you go.
Okay, everyone can hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I appreciate your time today. I know that we're all running to make sure we get things done on time. And just to inform all of you, last Wednesday, I was elected and nominated to be the new chairman of the Shoshone-Bannock Tribe. So with that, thank you for having us here today. We normally have a process where all of our council is here to make statements, and that way we can answer questions, so forth and so on. But due to the numerous activities that need to be looked at, we was left and stuck with me for the moment. But I'm very happy to look forward to visiting with everyone and looking forward to how things will happen. Now, first question is, did everyone receive the statement that I'm about ready to read, or has that been disseminated out?
Ms. Jarvis, I don't think that we have that.
Mr. Chairman, we received it just a little bit ago, and it has been emailed to each of you, and I am right in the process of posting it on the
Representative Sweeney has been reading it, so I will answer, Mr. Chairman, I will answer yes, but we thank you for reading it to us.
Okay, so it's just a quick statement. It won't take very long. I'll start off when it's reference to the off-reservation hunting rights. Let me get this part turned off here. So my name is Devin Boyer. I serve as the chairman of the Fort Hall Business Council, the governing body of the Shoshone-Bannock Tribes of Fort Hall Reservation in southeastern Idaho. I'd like to thank you for providing time for me to express our concerns to you. Off-reservation treaty rights are one of the highest priorities of the Shoshone-Bannock Tribes. Shoshone-Bannock Tribes is the federally recognized Indian tribe occupying the Fort Hall Indian Reservation here in Idaho, secured by them by treaty, Fort Bridger, July 3rd, 1868. This is all pursuant to Article 4 of 1868 treaty. The tribes and our members exercise the rights to hunt, fish, and gather on unoccupied lands of the United States. In the view of the tribes, the treaty is reserved for our rights to hunt, fish, and gather off reservation and are inconsiderable or reconcilable with the state sovereignty over natural resources. Often those two lines of authority are complementary, complementary. Today, the tribes, under our own regulations, limit the taking of game, and in cooperation with states and federal governments, we ensure that off-reservation treaty rights are exercised and consistent with the protection of our natural resources. The tribes regulate our members, treaty, and off-reservation by tribal laws and annual regulations. These rules define animals that may be hunted off-reservation, to the location where those huntings are taking place, the seasons of various game animals, the methods used to take game animals, and we reserve specific authorities to curtail seasons in the interest of conservation and biology that is considered necessary. All of our tribal hunters must obtain specific species of hunting tags for certain game animals, particularly big game species, and the report of taking of these species to ensure that sensitive species are managed appropriately. Just like the states and the federal government, the tribes here have a fish and game department with employees, federally trained game wardens who are enforcing our tribal game regulations, both on and off the reservation. If a tribal member violates tribal game laws, they are cited and processed through our tribal court system. Sanctions include, but are not limited to, confiscation of illegally taken game and loss of hunting and fishing privileges. The tribes also cooperate with the state and federal agencies in implementation of off-reservation conservation programs. These collaborated agreements protect our wildlife habitat thereby supporting Fish and Game for both Indians and non-Indians alike. For instance, the tribes are a party to the Columbia Basin Fish Accords, a partnership between tribes, states, and federal agencies to mitigate the effects of the dams and fish within the Columbia River Basin, including stocks that the tribes fish in the exercise of these off-reservation treaty rights. Now, under the accords, the parties jointly implemented projects to protect anonymous salmon, resident trouts, and other wildlife that are affected by federal dam projects. The Shoshone-Bannock tribes view the context of ERA versus Wyoming as an opportunity to enter into a new era of relationships on the issue of big game management with the state of Wyoming, rather than relying on a confrontation in a illegal setting where the tribes and the states would be harnessing the same energies to collaborate on mutually beneficial programs that protect and preserve and enhance big game species for all residents of Wyoming and the tribes who still call it home. In short, the tribes should be viewed as a partner with a parallel interest in maintaining high quality hunts throughout Wyoming, provided there is a reciprocal recognition that our membership will be afforded the same opportunities as other residents to enjoy that experience. I invite you to engage in further discussions on future opportunities to work together to develop potential legislation solutions to address this off-reservation treaty hunting issues. Again, that is basically all I have as far as time that's needed for this meeting. But I do appreciate the moments that you've given me to read this letter, and hopefully you'll all receive that very soon if you haven't already. Again, as the newly elected chairman of the tribe and member of our tribal council, we hope that we can move forward with the rest of you because it's very, very important for all of us.
Thank you, Chairman Boyer. Members of the committee, questions? Chairman Boyer, I have just a couple. How many enrolled members of the Shoshone-Bannock tribe?
6,000.
I think it's just a hair over 6,000 at the moment.
And the Fort Bridger, correct me if I'm wrong, the Fort Bridger Treaty was the establishment of the treaty between the Eastern Shoshone and the Shoshone-Bannock tribe. Is that not correct? Same document?
Yes, I believe that at that time that Congress was oily plating things, but they had a relationship already established with our tribes at that time. So we have different signatures on the treaty that represent those folks as well. And that's why it was put together that way.
And then again, just for the benefit of the committee, the discussion with the Eastern Shoshone and the Shoshone-Bannock tribe is relevant because of the similarities in the language of the treaty that exists in the Crow Nation tribe. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Okay, so I think it's really important, members of the committee, to when we hear the conversation, realize that it has some far-reaching impacts on not just Wyoming, but the sovereign nations that even exist outside our state. So it'll be some interesting discussion as we move forward. Mr. Boyer, we appreciate the way that your tribe has engaged with our state and with this committee. Please accept our apology for not inviting you to this. You made the request to join, and it should have been the other way around. We'll rectify that moving forward as this discussion comes forward to make sure that you're included in that. So I hope you'll forget of our oversight on that matter. Let's go to public comment. I'd like to go back to Councilman St. Clair, please.
Okay,
Looks like
thank you very much for, I thank the committee and the chairman, co-chairman for allowing us to participate today, Eastern Shoshone Tribe, and putting it on the agenda. And I also like to thank the State Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife for working with us, meeting with us for the past couple of months. The Shoshone Tribe, when we heard about the decision, Herrera versus the state of Wyoming, did form a committee to carry this forward, implement the decision. The members of that committee are Western Thayer, who's a member of the Shoshone Business Council. You heard Mike Garvin. He was appointed as a member, and Mr. Edgar Jorgensen is also present here today as a member of the committee. It looks like the language in the Crow Treaty is similar to the language in the Fort Bridger Treaty of 1868 that was entered into between the United States, the Bannock Tribe, and the Eastern Shoshone Tribe. The Supreme Court decision affirms the right to hunt on the unoccupied lands of tribal members and the tribe itself. The case that was considered in Sheridan, the circuit court case, on page 2, paragraph, well, it's the introduction. It states, on writ of certiorari, the United States Supreme Court ruled in favor of the defendant on the occupation issue. Then it was remanded on that same issue and also the issue of conservation. That's a little confusing, but hopefully the case will be clarified once the appeal has been considered by the district court in that area, the state district court. The issue of, it appears that the particular issues with the Crow Tribe and the defendant are specific to that particular area, the Bighorn National Forest. The second issue of conservation is one of the exceptions that allows the state to regulate, called a conservation necessity. It exists where the species is endangered, and there's 3 tests to implement that conservation necessity. First of all, is it reasonable? Is the regulation reasonable and necessary? Number 2, is it the least restrictive means to achieve the goal? And lastly, does it discriminate against Native Americans? Those are the tests that have to be met in order to implement the conservation necessity. So we'll go ahead and move forward with our committee meeting with Fish and Wildlife and the federals. They got their titles. One's Fish and Wildlife and one's Game and Fish. So the federal and the state officials will continue to meet with them and look forward to working something reasonably out so that we can implement this decision. And we also want to consider subsistence needs
of the tribe. Traditional subsistence needs such as roots and wildlife that fall under the Indian Religious Freedom Act and other issues outside of that. A lot of tribal members go into the national forests, on federal lands to get choke cherries for goat sup, which is a traditional meal that is served during ceremonies. We look for sage, sweet sage that is used in some of our traditional ceremonies. And those are the other things we want to consider, because a lot of times when we do go out, we'll be confronted and have to explain. Many times it's not a problem. The official is just monitoring and wanting to know what's going on. Sometimes it is a problem, sometimes it's confrontational. So those are the kinds of issues we want to look at outside of just the hunting. And we also want to consider the fishing also. So I want to thank you for allowing us to participate today, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Councilman St. Clair. Committee, any questions for Councilman St. Clair? Okay, I think Mr. Garvin has some additional comments he'd like to make. Is that correct?
It was you, huh? You want to say something? Yeah. Good.
Welcome back, Michael.
I'm Western there. I'm part of the committee as well. And I just want to thank the committee, the co-chairman, for inviting us to be on this topic and to put it on the agenda. And I just want to reiterate what Mr. Garvin and Mr. St. Clair said, is that we want to move forward with this, to exercise our treaty rights. You know, we have enough game on our reservation where we don't need to go off the reservation to hunt and harvest. But the main point we want to do is to exercise our treaty rights that was given to us. And like Mr. St. Clair mentioned, not only for hunting, but for plants, herbs, trees, roots, herbs, all the above, sweat rocks, whatever need be that we do it, we'd be able to harvest some of those things off the reservation in a responsible manner. And so, like they mentioned before, we did meet with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the State Game and Fish, the Reservation Fish and Game, and we'd like to continue those meetings. And that one meeting that everybody seemed like to be on the same page to work toward our goal to exercise our treaty rights. So again, I just want to thank everyone and thank you for putting the off-reservation hunting on the agenda. And Mr. Garvin has one more statement. Thank you.
Hold on, Councilman Thayer, if you would. Let's first off, welcome. We're really happy to have you participate today.
Thank you.
Committee, any questions for Councilman Thayer? Okay, you dodged the bullet, Gus.
I wanted the bullet. No.
Welcome back, Michael.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair Larson. Just want to apologize to Chairman Boyer over there in Idaho. And I wasn't aware of him being in on that, but I just wanted to let this committee know that we are working with the Bannock tribe because they have already sort of tested the water in Idaho and their off-reservation hunting. This seems to be working quite well. And so I just wanted to apologize to Mr. Boyer for not including him. And he and they will also be working together with us if we have any problems, because we have gone and had meetings off our reservation and met with the Bannock tribe. So 4 times. Yeah, so I just wanted to acknowledge Chairman Boyer that, you know, in the future, we probably will be coming to their tribe over there and vice versa, because we want to work together with all entities. And we're not sure if the Crow tribe, how that's going to work out, but it's going to be a process, I think. So I just want to thank everybody again for allowing us to talk and meet with each other. And again, I apologize to Mr. Chairman Boyer for not mentioning the Bannock tribe. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Garvin? Any other public comment? Have I missed anyone? Okay. Committee staff has told me that despite my tyrannical decree that we was going to work through lunch, that they have to have at least a 15-minute break to pause our live streaming. So let's go ahead and break till about 1:15. And then we'll come back and get started on tribal vehicle registration. So we'll be back at 1:15, everyone, please.
Mr. Chairman, your mic is still live.
You didn't hear me singing, did you?
I think they cut us off, but you were sighing.
Yes, I was. Thank you.
Okay.